Caesar. They said he was discriminating because he told his disciples, go not the way of the Gentiles, but rather go to the lost sheep. He discriminated. Don't go near the Gentiles, go to the lost sheep. Go to the oppressed.
That's right, that's right, that's right. Ride, 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 ride. Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switch sides. Don't hate the riders, hate the game. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switching sides. Don't hate the riders, hate the game. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? This king shit, fuck change, man. Give me gold bars and gold crowns. If a pimp suck these hoes down, housewives turn porn star. These hoes go too far. I'm guru, this gangsta. St. Louis don't fight fair. Put bullet holes in your bank job. Fake hoes get exposed. Eat bitch niggas like takeout. Hate the game, don't hate the riders. They watch us like a stakeout. Lurking on my Instagram. Is that what all that hate about? You acting like I give a damn. Like I don't know these hoes foul. Okay, I'm reloaded. Who wants a war now? Knock, knock, better open up, or we gon' kick the door down. Pine lines stay soldiered up, nigga, you can ask the whole town. I walk on water like Black Jesus, it's rider season. Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switch sides. Don't hate the riders, hate the game. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switching sides. Don't hate the riders, hate the game. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? I'm 100 in any lane, like a neurosurgeon, get plenty brain. I'm plenty high, you know how we ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? I'm out my mind like insane. It's my time and I'm not playing. I buried a pharaoh in hot sand. Don't they know this God's land? Fire water, they see me ride. Don't they know this God's plan? If you ain't about it, don't talk about it. Look, bro, that's all that I'm saying. Minivan full of contraband. 415 like a marching band. Got a sweet 16, 500 grams. Wake up now, nigga, not the scam. Wild child, nigga, Taliban. Got a wild style like a spray can. Niggas fake like spray tan. Bitches shady like Ray-Bans. I'm unpersuaded, I can't be faded. I'm underrated, I gotta shine. Fuck the clock, boy, fuck your watch. Ride or die, nigga, now it's time. Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switch sides. Don't hate the riders, hate the game. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switching sides. Don't hate the riders, hate the game. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes?
That is obvious, but we don't know if it's obvious that God is white. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Jesus did not have blonde hair and blue eyes. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that the images of Jesus that are on prison walls and churches throughout the world are not historically correct, because history teaches us that Jesus was born in a region where the people had color. There's proof in the very Bible that you asked us to read in Revelations 1st chapter, verse 14 and 15, that Jesus had hair like wool and feet the color.
What's this guy's name? It's something Hawk. And it may sound stereotypical, but dude looks like he's done some time. And sounds like he's done some time.
whatever, then I'm wrong. You got me now. You got me now. You got me now. Oh, you figured me out. You fucking income fucking poop.
We're gonna try this again, man. I heard that shit, it sound horrible. I'm sorry y'all had to deal with that, man. I unplugged some shit. I adjusted some shit. And hopefully shit sound better, man. Let me get some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Cause they do not want me dropping these motherfucking jewels I be dropping. Shout out Camo Joe, Joshua Stewart. Peace to the tribes. I could only see, well, maybe y'all the only motherfuckers talking. I don't see nobody else. Maybe y'all the only niggas woke. Okay, we got bows and arrows from Camo Joe. That's all I need to know. We're gonna get into it then. Yeah, man, they're trying to hold the engine back. I must have seen my slideshow before I went live, man. Let's see. Boom. Add that to the stream. Oh, we're going to be talking about all types of shit, man. Yeah, you see it before and after. So, you know, we've been learning about the orphan trains and shit, you know. A lot of the Aborigines. Actually, a lot of the world, it was saying. Because the videos I be watching be having hella views. They ain't shadow banned like the kid. You know what I'm saying? Let me get my banners up and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they got a nigga shadow banned ugly, man. Ain't nobody got time to be goddamn posting no motherfucking rap bullshit all the time. So let's get to it, man. I really got this, you know, pretty well thought out. Of course, now I'm high as fuck. Let's see. We ain't gonna waste no time. But what I gotta say to goddamn the YouTube words? Without further ado, looking ass nigga. That's gonna take me off the shadow ban if I say without further ado. I don't need that right now. I'm about to fuck them up, y'all. Y'all know how I do. Or should I say, you know how we do. I got some shit in the goddamn. Hold on. Okay, that did work out. I thought that shit had disappeared on the player. It's still right there. Man, I must have read about 8 motherfucking books since yesterday, dog. Okay, that's that. We'll read that. We got that. What else we got to read? Yeah, we got some. Okay, minimize that. Just want to make sure I got all my goddamn arrows in this bitch. Yeah, what's up? Peace to the tribes, man. Share the live stream. Let's see who up before we get into it. Got some new shit for y'all, man. Before we get into it, man. Where my young nigga Joseph Scott, man? Motherfucker got down 3 a.m. drip check, nigga. What a drip check, man. I got a drip check on deck for y'all, man. Let's get some people in here, man. Niggas up. Quit looking at them bitches twerk, man. I don't even know you exist, dog. Let's get a motherfucking drip check. Drip check.
Motherfucker. You the one you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer. Crucify my blessed brother. But when I find them, I'm gonna get them motherfuckers.
I got one more. Yeah, get them agents out of here. Flush their ass on out. Support the channel. Tribe. Support the channel, man. Share the stream. It's about to be lit. Hawk School going in. All right, now, if you are subscribed to the channel and you rocking with us on a regular basis, I don't need that no more. Then you already, let me get us a new video up here, man. If you're already rocking with us, then you're pretty much up to speed with what's going on in this world. Where this shit at, man? I need me Bear with me, man. I'm low key stutter stepping, man, so we could get some motherfuckers in here. Cause I'm about to drop some jewels. Motherfuckers gonna get to see it, but I do like when motherfuckers get the opportunity to interact. Because if you woke, you ain't sleep. That's the type of shit niggas be saying in the chat and be trying to act like they smart and shit. It's a nice topic. Aboriginal America's insane and orphan trains explained. See, because you learning all about this shit, but ain't nobody making it make sense. Subscribe to the tribe. You're now live with the Incredible Hawk. Did I say Hawk? I'm country as shit. I said Hawk. Yeah. Let's get some motherfuckers in here. We gotta at least get some goddamn the lucky Masonic number in this motherfucker. Get our usual 33. That's all they'll show me. It's 33. And let me know they watching me. Don't watch me, bitch nigga. Watch P Valley. You know what I'm saying? All right. It's time. Without further ado, we're going to pick up where we left off on Black Slave Owners, the last live stream. If you didn't get a chance to see that, then we will have it in the description at the end of the video. And I suggest you watch it. It's heavy. I fucked them up. So, but you'll be able to catch on here. You know what I'm saying? Because this is really a whole nother build. What we're going to do, we're going to break down this whole orphan train shit. We're going to break down the orphan train shit and the insane asylum shit and how all that correlates. Because I you know what I'm saying? Everybody been seeing the shit, the orphan trains. Okay, we see the orphan trains. We see the goddamn insane asylums that we know we built. You know what I'm saying? But what the fuck? It's just like some mystery, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no mystery, nigga. Ain't no mystery, guys. So we're going to bring it on home. And we're going to start right here.
Servitude had a lot to do with the expropriation of the commons throughout English history.
Absolutely. It's a direct correlation. The enclosures, the loss of land, the pauperization of the English had a direct relationship to the to the dispatch of what was called the surplus poor into America. Indeed, all the way back to the 16th century, this was being argued. The people behind Raleigh, or rather, people not behind Raleigh, the people with Raleigh were arguing this. Hakluyt, the great geographer, he argued that because we were being England was being, he claimed, overrun by the poor. And why were they being overrun? They're being overrun, if they were being overrun, because the poor were dispossessed. And they lost the commons, indeed. What could you do with them? You got rid of them by sending them into slavery in the New World, or they didn't call it slavery. Very direct.
Well, that is a very interesting point. Can I just pick up about this? You see, the people who actually ran these schemes, these labour schemes and this colonisation scheme and the factories and the plantations and this new mercantile capitalism, they never called any of this slavery, of course. But the interesting thing is, did anybody else? And the answer is yes. Contemporaries who were not actually involved in what was going on often did use the word slavery. And so we read in an official report in the 1660s on the nature of life in Barbados, we read in the official...
Here, let's just stop there for a sec, because you know what's crazy? It's funny how motherfuckers pick and choose shit, you know, because when we bring up the Mann Act, and then they say, oh, that's not about white slavery, that's about prostitution. Oh, that's not slavery, that's prostitution. That's not slavery. That's all that shit slavery. Fuck is you talking about? Motherfucker holding you against your will. Goddamn, you can't live your motherfucking life. You a goddamn slave, nigga. You might be a slave in some motherfucking scallywag ass bullshit job right now just because you goddamn weak-hearted, nigga. But I digress.
To report the word slavery is used about the indentured servants in an official government report by an official observer who is sent to actually see what is happening in the colony. And we read again and again various people who survey the scene about, and they use this word slavery. And for example, a man called Ned Ward, a well-known popular writer in London at the end of the 17th century, he writes a book called London Spy, and he talks about people being inveigled off to work in the colonies, and he says, you know, these are people inveigled into slavery. He uses the word slavery. If you go into the early 18th century, Daniel Defoe writes in 1722, he writes Moll Flanders, and in it, Moll, she of course is herself, of course, is a thief who gets deported, and of course he puts in the writer puts into her mouth the words that of course been sent as an indentured servant, of which he says more properly called slaves.
In 1760, the Virginia Gazette runs a large piece, so they're making the same point.
Yeah. And so this again and again, you see this word used by those who are not actually directly involved.
Yeah, right here.
What impact do you think your book will have on the traditional view of the development of slavery across the Atlantic? And if it's not the impact you would hope for, then why do you think that will be?
Maybe you should answer. Well, the book is about to be published by an American publisher, but so it's not published in America yet. So it'll be very interesting to see. In fact, what impact, if any, it does have in America. So we're actually wait and see what that might be.
So, if you look at the website of of the organisation which is promoting the 400th anniversary of America, which is happening now. It's 400 years ago that the Virginia Company set up its first successful settlement in Virginia, and this is now the Queen's gone over there to celebrate it. Prince Bush, etc. Lots and lots of American cavalcade over the beginning of America, etc. And we were looking at some of the promotions, and one of them says, "Thank you, America," and there are lots of T-shirts run by all kinds of disparate Americans for all kinds of races, and they name, "Thank you, John Smith," "Thank you, Diggers," "Thank you, blah 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 blah." There's all kinds of people there from all races, but the interesting thing is, and there are black slaves, there are white slavers, there are Native Americans. As I said, there are African Americans who were slaves. There isn't one There isn't one name which you can say is an indentured servant or a convict. This has been wiped out. They still won't recognise. There isn't one. There isn't one name which you can say is an indentured servant or a convict. This has been wiped out. They still won't recognise that 3/4 of the people who went to America from Europe in this colonial period were indentured servants, and a good number of those were appallingly treated. But you wouldn't name which you can say is an indentured servant or a convict. This has been wiped out. They still won't recognise that 3/4 of the people who went to America from Europe in this colonial period were indentured servants, and a good number of those were appallingly treated. But you wouldn't believe it if you looked at the website, if you looked at the celebrations. So I think we'll be up against it. I think it's very unlikely that it will make a deep impression.
Well, a good example of that, in fact, because I looked at exactly the same thing. This is from the official website to celebrate 400th anniversary of the founding of Jamestown.
Now, see, these the British motherfuckers, they still on their land. So they got down dogging these niggas out. They probably look at them like some motherfucking traitor-ass, terrorist-ass niggas like they is. You know what I'm saying? So now they done wrote the whole book. They got down putting the motherfucking whole shit on blast. White slavery. You know what I'm saying? But the book ain't even out in America. And now they just, like, motherfuckers, you know, they making light of this shit because they know motherfuckers just totally ignoring the facts. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say you ain't gonna find no record that say no nigga, no indenture servant or no convict. He a slave. This nigga's he got Social Security. Oh, he a slave. He got food stamps. He a slave. Anything. I don't give a fuck, nigga. You get anything, you a slave. But we're gonna let him talk a couple more minutes. This long ass head, motherfucking Mr. Burns, and then we're gonna go and push on.
And it says here, the Jamestown settlement brought people from throughout the Atlantic basin together to form a society that drew upon the strengths and characteristics of English, European, African, and Native American cultures. A complete poppycock. I mean, they had no idea that there was such a thing as Native American culture.
And a good number of those were appallingly treated. But you wouldn't believe it if you looked at the website, if you looked at the celebrations. So I think we'll be up against it. I think it's very unlikely that it will make a deep impression.
Well, a good example of that, in fact, because I looked at exactly the same thing. This is from the official website to celebrate 400th anniversary of the founding of Jamestown. And it says here, Atlantis, and blasted it into time. And it's a little cultural relationships. Just, I mean, these people live in Clyde Cuckoo Land here. Just, I mean, these people live in Clyde Cuckoo Land here still today, after all these years and after...
Moving on. After all these years, peace to everybody that's tuned in, man. Shout out Hawk Yos, I see you. Peace to the tribes. Elizabeth Young. Who else I seen in there? I see y'all don't sleep. Son Baby. Joshua Stewart. Gretchen Helm. Tribe. Autonomous Maru Khan of Amaruka. Tribe. Live from motherfucking Atlantis. Check this out. Let me stay on motherfucking point, man. And what be crazy, man, I be like studying the shit and I be having enough to low key drop jewels, but bro, I be wanting this shit to be, you know how we do it, man. We gonna hawk them down. Where is this video, man? Oh, that motherfucker ain't on there, man. All right, let me check. Maybe I'll put it on a different list. Yeah, so what happened, man, is I just be like, I read a book and it'll mention a book You know, they'll cite another book as a source. So I'll be like, well, fuck them. And then I'll go read the other book. And I'd be all over the place, man. But what I can tell you is I know enough that you got down subscribe to House School and you gonna know what the fuck going on in the world. That I promise you. And that's why we about to goddamn expose this whole shit with these motherfucking orphan trains and this whole process, this white slavery shit, this invasion. We're gonna get to the bottom of quite a few things. Oh, did I send them pictures? Oh man, I got some photos, bro. Oh, I caught them, man. I got some photos of what's this shit called? Richmond, Virginia, right after Civil War. It's off a video, but I screenshotted them because niggas, you know how these motherfucking goddamn clampers be, they be speedballing through shit. That boy, like, low key, man, I'm gonna keep it all the way a buck, man. Like, I kind of don't like how these motherfuckers always want to be on here talking about some old the inheritors and the Great Reset and all this shit, and the Indians are black, and then these motherfuckers still want to act like they this goddamn smart. But what the first thing they say, tribe? Oh, well, I wonder who built these buildings. Oh, I don't know whose buildings these are. They still with that bullshit, man. Well, I was just reading about the nigga Tecumseh. That nigga Tecumseh say any motherfucking Indian who signed one of them treaties and ceded their land deserve to have their motherfucking fingers cut off. That nigga was a G, bro. I was reading about Tecumseh and his brother. That nigga was a G, bro. There's some gangsta-ass Indians, man. That's where I got lost, man. I got tired of reading about these goddamn scallywags, man. I already know what the play is with them, but I low-key, you know, I got to do this for us. Let me get to this, man. I watch so much shit, bro, and read so much extra shit. Like, the shit that y'all get, bro, that shit is like 20%. But it's like I told y'all, it's just like the wax. You know what I'm saying? I get all the, what they call it with gold and shit, with the alchemy dross, some shit. You know what I'm saying? I get rid of all the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, aside from me talking my shit, but most of y'all fuck with me, so it ain't no big deal. You know what I'm saying? But I get rid of all that shit because, you know, they be hijacking like a motherfucker, bro. That's why they be, they don't want to let my videos get seen and shit. I don't know how I can have video 100,000 views, video 30,000 views, 20,000 views, and then goddamn I get on this Indian shit. This shit goddamn barely bust a band. I be like, man, y'all some bullshit. Oh, y'all seen Beavis and Butthead, man, talking about niggas Indians? Let's take a moment to watch my video. Fuck it. I'm watching these scallywags shit all the time, aren't we?
American. You know, I think you're not supposed to say Indian either. Oh, really? Yeah. I think you're supposed to call them African Americans. I think you're not supposed to say Indian either. Remember that big Indian dude in that movie? Mm-hmm. He was cool. And then he couldn't. Remember that big Indian dude in that movie? Mm-hmm. He was cool. And then he couldn't. You know, I think you're not supposed to say Indian either. No way, really? Yeah. I think you're supposed to call them African Americans.
Say what? Say what? You trust in the devil, huh? Well, if God send the devil in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit, then motherfucker, you fucked up, huh? You fucked up, huh? You know your ass is doomed. What you got to speak? If you don't know shit to speaking on this topic I'm bringing up, shut your goddamn ass up.
That's some good advice from the ref. Shout out. Hold on, where my nigga at, man? Tribe, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. That's love. We got something special. I was waiting for a nigga to, you know, go ahead and support the channel, man. That's why I was over here goddamn creating. What we got? How we celebrating? Where it go? Where Plies go, y'all? Where Plies? We supposed to be celebrating. There you go. Let's go, Plies. Let's go. Yeah. We papered up. Y'all see us? All right. Let me get back to class. I'm high fucking off. Talking about let's watch my video. Hey, don't y'all hate. Don't y'all got them homeboys that niggas rap and then they want you to listen to their whole motherfucking album. Even if you say you rap. And they be like, oh man, you should come over, man, check some of my shit out. Woo, wah, wah. Boy, that nigga, how you listen to a goddamn double disc in that motherfucker. I hate that shit. I gotta do this shit in order, man. I got this shit written down, but my goddamn high ass must have some way I didn't motherfucking save the video. It's probably the goddamn bot saved it to the wrong motherfucking channel. I'm in the wrong playlist or some shit. Hold on, let me see, man. I got some other shit. Once I get cooking, I'm gonna get cooking, man. I'm just goddamn, you know what I'm saying, letting the oven preheat, man. So just be cool. You know, this would be a good time. Actually, this would be a great time to go ahead and just share the live stream. You know what I'm saying? It's the perfect time. Matter of fact, I got all my goddamn rich Indians in here. We might as well just go and do a drip check.
Motherfucker. You the one going, you believe in death, huh? You believe in death, murderer. Crucify my blessings. When I find them, I'm gonna get them motherfuckers.
Tribe, man. Drip check, man. Share the live stream. You now live with the Incredible Hawk, man. You know, goddamn, what the old head say? Lollygagging, nigga. Trying to get some goddamn. Let niggas wake up. It's about to be, it's morning time on the East Coast. My niggas going to work, man. Yeah. I don't know why I can't find this video, but just that. Yeah, no, that's the first one, so I gotta watch it. Motherfucking camera, goddamn me. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. What was it? What did I call that shit? Man, I got motherfucking shit that I done studied, bro. Like, I'm talking about to do a whole bill and this shit, like, bro, this shit you ain't never even heard of, bro. It's a whole bunch of them, my guy. I just be goddamn doing too much, man. What the fuck, man? Oh, maybe it's on, hold on, man. Before we get the goddamn Pan-Africans on my sauce, pause. Let's see if it's on this one. Hey, them British boys over there snitching like a motherfucker. Here, man, this one. Maybe if I talk the right words to the robots, I can find it. Let's see. I think it was. You motherfuckers. Boy, I did all that typing, this shit ain't in here. Devil is a lie. What I said? Oh, yeah. Hey, man, look here. It's a lot of shit nigga be retaining, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey guys, can you believe it?
Oh, bitch, I can't believe it. I can't believe you interrupted my live stream with your bogus ass commercial with your big ass. All big in here. It's big in here, man. Come on. Keep it moving. Let's get to it.
The United States from Princeton, New York, and they were adopted along the way at various 80s, in the 1880s. Children were shipped across the United States from Princeton, from New York, and they were adopted along the way at various places in the Farm Belt, and the trains normally ended up here in Galveston. So the children that unfortunately didn't, so the up here in Galveston normally ended up here in Galveston. So the children that unfortunately didn't get selected were then residents of this orphanage.
They called them the orphan trains?
Orphan trains, right.
So they would have been adopted essentially to help with the farm labor, that kind of thing.
And yes, and the boys were the favorite pick because they could obviously do, and the boys were the favorite. And yes, and yes, and yes, and yes, and yes,
thing.
And yes, and
thing.
And yes, and the
thing.
And yes, and the boys were the.
Here they go with this lion shit.
Favorite pick because they could obviously do more manual labor. But frequently the wife maybe couldn't have had children or didn't have a girl, and so she wanted to have a companion. So.
Hey, you know what's so funny, y'all? I be watching these motherfuckers live, and bro, all praise due to the Most High for making us the most fly. But I know so much shit. I be knowing they lying, bro, and I just be looking like, bro, I got so much shit to discredit everything you saying. Like I could disprove all this shit. But I want y'all to let them. We gonna let them talk. We already know. We got goddamn. We done already did the bills disproving this shit. But we gonna let them talk. It's just, you know. This our opening act. So you know this nigga, he ain't even got no CD out.
Girl had, and so she wanted to have a companion. So, but fewer of the girls got selected than the boys.
And so a lot of those children who hadn't been adopted elsewhere ended up in Galveston.
Right.
And came to this home.
Exactly. There's a bench behind you. That's where they would sit awaiting prospective adoptors while they were resident here. And we're told from some stories that were related to us that they would misbehave so that they wouldn't get adopted because I guess they liked the place they were rather than one that they might have to go to.
Funky ass Mr. Rogers ass out of here. Where my slideshow? These motherfuckers gonna be the future KKK. I ain't bullshitting. Before, after. They indoctrinated the shit out of all these little bastards. Let me go to our real playlist now. And we done got his goofy ass out the way. All right. Hey, bro. I'm gonna treat it like a movie, so I ain't gonna tell on myself.
The turn of the century into
I ain't gonna tell on myself. I forgot this some good
now,
shit on
as many of these cities in the photographs appear empty or barren, or the streets often mud covered, and they should be for the photographs, we must begin to question the harsh conditions of the mid-1800s. Could weather events really have caused these buildings to appear so aged? It brings me back to the European architects said to have constructed these massive feats of engineering. Did they really build these structures and then basically leave them be? Meaning the cities that they were built in were then in charge of the upkeep. And essentially, most of these cities appeared to just let the buildings weather over time. That's what we see in the photographs from the mid to late 1800s, before times appear to change by the early 1900s, when the same architecture, the same structures, and the...
Man, look at that, man. Look at that shit, bro. It's your shit, man. It's your people shit. Because you live in houses, nigga. And I'm going to reiterate.
You will give me TP. Give me your TP. You will give me TP. Are you threatening me? TP. You must give me your TP. I need TP for my bunghole. You will give me TP.
Essentially, different culture areas or small pockets of nearly 100 individuals from members to process. It's haunting to imagine, and 1,710 people. The total number of homeless people was even higher. By 1850, Catholic homeless entire population 30,000. The population of New York City was roughly 500,000 people. Of this number, over 30,000 were homeless children. That's 6% of the entire population, or over 1 in every 20 people in New York at the time was a homeless child. It's haunting to imagine. And while the Catholic city was trying their best, we're being untried of this imagine. And
God damn it. I'm trying to get to the goddamn to read that. That's why I sound like how these niggas make that video, man, with this whole slick ass shit. So about 250,000 of them motherfuckers. I want to see these numbers.
in New York at the time was a homeless child.
Alright, here we go. Between 1854 and 1929, over 250,000 orphans were put on trains in the overcrowded East and sent out to every state in the continental, United States. But those numbers are like a motherfucker. But we're going to get into that. We just going to let him kick his shit. Like I say, it's an investigation. So, it's goddamn the Incredible Hulk. We in traffic. We finna go get these snitching ass motherfuckers to goddamn give up all the info they got. And we're gonna put the investigation together. You know how we rocking. So just stay with me. Share the live stream. You know what I'm saying? It's morning time. We done made it. Goddamn, we going to breakfast. Saturday. You know what I'm talking about? Watch how I piece it together, y'all. I'm gonna show you what this was all for. And one thing I can say, and by the time we done with this, y'all know, ain't nobody put it together. Oh, that's why, Hawk School. Watch this, y'all.
It's haunting to imagine. And while the Catholic homeless shelters tried their best to house these victims, events like the forced abandoning of Seneca Village only exacerbated the issue. It's haunting to imagine.
Now, see, he brings up Seneca Village, and that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Because we know that those are black people driven out of their homes. You know what I'm saying? We'll take a look at them because we already did a build on them. But we'll put a picture of some of the property owners of Seneca so you can put a face, you know what I'm saying, with it. But I digress.
Mad. And while the Catholic homeless shelters tried their best to house these victims, events like the forced abandoning of Seneca Village only exacerbated the issue. Was that the plan all along? Imagine. And while the Catholic homeless shelters tried their best to house these victims, events like the forced abandoning of Seneca Village only exacerbated the issue. Was that the plan all along? As American ideals were being undermined, as motherless children roamed the streets in gangs, and freed men and women were locked up in brand new asylums, we have the concept of a Catholic America being destroyed. Central Park was just part of this tipping point. All the homeless youth led to Charles Loring Brace, best friend at Yale of Frederick Olmsted, to create the Children's Aid Society in 1853. Now, what did the Children's Aid Society do? At this point, you probably guessed it. They wrangled up all of those troubled, homeless youths, mostly Catholic, and they sent them to families all around the country, mostly Protestant. Families could request, like a draft, what type of child they wanted, from hair color. Could request, like a draft. You probably guessed it. They wrangled up all of those troubled, homeless youths, mostly Catholic, and they sent them to families all around the country, mostly Protestant. Families could request, like a draft, what type of child they wanted, from hair color, skin color, eye color, down to the education level of the parents. Seemingly, this was a plot that did not arise out of the kindness of one man's heart. This is not a plot that appears to have arose on a whim. What we appear to have is a long, calculated process enacted by members of Yale and other Ivy League schools. The end result? That's for you to decide. We have countless articles about these trains full of children being sent all around America, ready for adoption. Then we have sanitation fairs put in place to teach the country, mostly in the West, to take care of themselves. But more so, if you read between the lines, these fairs were to teach the new parents how to take care of their new investment, the orphan children.
And we done seen so many of these images. So we already know. Like this, all this is kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's not new. It's not new to us. Hold on. Let me share the live stream. Hey, share the live stream, man. Take a moment and share the live stream, man. We're going to do a quick drip check.
Motherfucker, you the one you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer! Crucify my blessed brother, but when I find them, I'm gonna get them, motherfucker.
Y'all supposed to share the live stream, man, the drip check. Did you share the live stream? I'm gonna trust you. We learning together. It's our new shit, drip check.
In America.
You see all these kids? Before indoctrination, after indoctrination. Before, after. Before, after. Before, after.
The trains carrying these youths around the country became known as orphan trains. Many times we're told in this narrative that the orphan trains had dedicated rail lines just for them, and when each train arrived in its destination city, it was greeted with festivities and was quite the spectacle. We're told American families from all walks of life would travel far and wide to meet the orphan trains upon their arrival and to add new members to their families. One thing that this did do is defeat their arrival and to add new members to their families. Their arrival and to add new members to their families.
Now I want you to just take a moment. Pay attention to certain key things. Look at all these motherfuckers, bro.
One thing that this
they add to their families, okay?
Meet the orphan trains upon their arrival and to add new members to their families. One thing that this did do is defeat the pure genetic heritage of many migrant families across America by essentially entering into these family lines individuals from another creed, race, or religion. Is defeat the pure genetic heritage of many migrant families across America by essentially entering into these family lines individuals from another creed, race, or religion. Again, it would sound like a moot point if it wasn't claimed by Charles Loring Brace that one of the key components to the orphan trains was eugenics. Essentially, different cultures in America.
Let's see what this say. They love speeding by. Say these children are of various ages and of both sexes have been thrown friendless upon the world. They come under the auspices of the Children's Aid Society of New York. They are well disciplined, having come from various orphanages. The citizens of this community are asked to assist the agent in finding good homes for them. Persons taking these children must be recommended by local committee. Thee must treat the children in every way as members of the family, sending them to school, church, Sabbath school, and properly clothe them until they are 18 years old. Yeah, because you know once they turn 18, you know what kind of outfits they rocking. Protestant children placed in Protestant homes and Catholic children in Catholic homes. The following well-known citizens have agreed to act as a local committee to aid the agents in securing homes. Before, after.
Essentially, different cultures in America, small areas or small pockets of nearly 100% German or French or whatever. We're told American families from all walks of life would travel far and wide to meet the orphan trains upon their arrival and to add new members to their families. One thing that this did do is defeat the pure genetic heritage of many migrant families across America by essentially entering into these family lines individuals from another creed, race, or religion. Again, it would sound like a moot point if it wasn't claimed by Charles Loring Brace that one of the key components to the orphan trains was eugenics. Essentially, different cultures in America, small areas or small pockets of nearly 100% German or French or whatever culture it was, would be intermingled with these orphan trained children that were from a different background. And eventually these two groups would create the next generation, which was now no longer from one purely specific place of origin. This is where we get the American melting pot, the land where
Homes are wanted for the following children: 8 boys, ages 10, 6, and 4. Brothers, all fine, healthy, good looks, of good parentage. brothers, 6 and 4 years, English parents, blondes, very promising, 2 years old, blonde, fine-looking, healthy American, has had his foot straightened, walks now okay, 6 years old, dark hair and eyes, good-looking, intelligent American.
Where everyone is welcome. However, this intermingling wasn't necessarily done without malice aforethought. The orphan
We know it wasn't done without malice or forethought. Tribe. Now, they got me looking like this, the goddamn class picture. These my students and shit. If they would have went to Hawk School, man, they would have turned out better. Wow. I digress.
orphan trains often contained indigenous children and African American children from one purely.
Now you see what I be talking about? Yeah, I'm putting my whole Aboriginal Atlantean face on the screen. See how you just gonna say indigenous and African American? You know all this shit. You reading all this shit. But alright. Welcome to Hawk School. You know what I'm talking about? Where are you at? You know what we doing.
What you hoping for? You ain't hoping in the Lord, huh? You hoping in vain, material, superstitious shit. That's why you can't see me, house niggas.
Specific place of origin. This is where we get the American melting pot, the land where everyone is welcome. However, this intermingling wasn't necessarily done without malice aforethought. The orphan trains often contained indigenous children and African American children. Now, when slavery was abolished in 1865, many cities and the construction projects across America halted. The cities themselves had been destroyed during the Civil War, and basically they laid as a blank slate, waiting to be rebuilt. The orphan trains often contained indigenous children and African American children. Now, when slavery was abolished in 1865, many cities and the construction projects across America halted. The cities themselves had been destroyed during the Civil War, and basically they laid as a blank slate, waiting to be rebuilt. America needed workers, and did you know that the orphans on the orphan trains were considered indentured servants to the families who adopted them? Yes, at this time, slavery was illegal. However, adopting a child whose family was put in an asylum for no reason, waiting to be rebuilt. America needed workers, and did you know that the orphans on the orphan trains were considered indentured servants to the families who adopted them? Yes, at this time, slavery was illegal. However, adopting a child whose family was put in an asylum for no reason, and having that child be indentured to you as a servant until he or she was 18 was not only completely legal, but it was encouraged. Families essentially could pick. Did you know that the orphans on the orphan trains were considered indentured servants to the families who adopted them? Yes, at this time, slavery was illegal. However, adopting a child whose family was put in an asylum for no reason, and having that child be indentured to you as a servant until he or she was 18 was not only.
And I want you to notice they sending their little motherfucking ass straight to the goddamn plantation. This right here say, the object of the coming of these children is to find homes in your midst, especially among farmers. Especially among farmers. Because the Indians got their own motherfucking plantations, and they already goddamn rich. And we can't fucking compete. You know, let me see. Are we going there yet? No, we're going to let them talk a little more.
Completely legal, but it was encouraged. Families essentially could pick and choose their newest workers for their farms and factories from a handful of children put in an asylum for no reason, and having that could pick and choose their newest workers for their farms and factories could pick and choose their newest workers for their farms and factories from a handful of children brought in on an orphan train. African American, indigenous, and many from poor European families who did not speak English. These were the children that were sought after during this time period. When the orphan trains would
Discover Werther's original caramel popcorn.
The fuck? Hey man, you know what's crazy, dog? I hate these fucking bots, man. I was at the gas station and I bought some motherfucking caramel popcorn. It wasn't Werther's, but it was caramel popcorn, dog. Like, I just bought that shit at the store before I went live. All right, man. Let me see. He just gonna keep playing this weird ass music. Where my nigga? I thought I had my nigga video on here, man. This shit crazy. Here, let's see. Let's check this out real quick.
'73. So here we have a photo album from 1873 from Wandsworth Prison in London. Prisons and the police began to take photographs of criminals in this period as photography developed as a sort of science and an art, mostly because it allows you to keep track of people. If you have a photo of them, you know what they look like, so you know if you've seen them before, and it can stop people who maybe are repeat offenders or criminals several times over from sort of assuming other identities and going by false names to try and avoid punishment. So in this case, we're looking at a photograph of a young child who was imprisoned in Wandsworth. His name's Joseph Charman. He's a 12-year-old boy. He looks a bit younger, and actually, if you look at his height as well, he's very short, so obviously he probably didn't have a great life as a child, quite badly nourished maybe. He has been imprisoned because he's been found guilty of what's referred to as simple larceny, so that's stealing to you and I, really. He's stolen what's referred to as a tame fowl, which I'm assuming is probably a chicken. It's quite a minor crime, really. You think you'd maybe expect a slap on the wrist, but we find when we look at the document, Joseph has been sentenced to 6 weeks of hard labour, so that's very difficult work, maybe breaking up rocks, and then 5 years in a reformatory. A reformatory is a sort of a school for children who've been convicted of crimes. It's basically a prison-cum school, sort of young offenders institute. They'll be taught how to either prepared for a life in the military later on, maybe the Navy, so some of the reformatories are on ships, or they'll be taught a trade, but really ships. So some of the reformatories are on 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 ships. Or they'll be taught a trade, but really quite harsh and unpleasant places to be. But we also find that he had previously been convicted of stealing some peas. For that, he was in prison for 14 days and he was whipped, which is, a very harsh punishment as far as we're concerned nowadays. The criminal system at this point would be very harsh.
These people crazy. Oh shit. Let's get this together here, man. That's cool. Let's go ahead and I want to get ahead. So look at this shit, bro. Where the fuck they at? The little Boosie concert? Goddamn Hannah Montana on that motherfucker? Sheesh. Get too far ahead. I got a whole bunch of shit for y'all. I'm just the videos, man. Oh yeah, here go one. I found this. I take my sunglasses off so I can see this shit. Let's see. This is one of these little motherfuckers. One of these little goddamn, what they call them niggas? Crawlers. I think they called them niggas in the video. John Greening, prisoner number 5997. Address at time of apprehension. Place and date of conviction. Richmond. 73. Stealing. This is why I had to put it on the screen. Stealing a quarter of gooseberries. I gave this nigga 1 calendar month hard labor and 5 years at the reformatory. Look at this nigga other charges. Stealing coal. Ain't that what you got down? Santa Claus bring you when you ain't shit? It's coal? This nigga stealing it? What'd he get for stealing coal in February 73? 2 calendar months hard labor and whipped in Richmond, Virginia. I assume. Then they took his little ass back. And we're going to get to why they did that. But I didn't even mean to click on that. I don't mean to click on that. I don't want to show y'all none of this shit too soon, man. Cause see, it's shit. Y'all don't know who that nigga is. You don't know who that nigga is. You don't know who none of these motherfuckers is. Oh, we're gonna get to it though. Oh, let's talk about this. Let's go. Cause you know they talking about the what is it? The orphans. The orphan. They call them orphan asylums. And if you look up asylum, you do the etymology on that, that means like for motherfuckers who ain't competent to, you know what I'm saying, handle their shit out in the world. It's safety from the world, basically. Asylum. This is interesting, and it just goes to show how our empire existed, you know what I mean, prior to these wars and all this shit and how it all went down. Excuse me. I was just reading a book, and it was talking about how the Spanish was paying homage to the Indian chief and said all the whites called the Indian chiefs kings. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas had, well, we'll get into it. Let's check this out. Colored Orphan Asylum. The Colored Orphan Asylum was burned down by Irish mobs on July 13th, 1863, on my birthday. Not 1863 though, but during the first day of the New York draft riots, a policeman was killed while leading children out the back door to escape. Blah 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 blah. We're gonna talk about this. But see, this is what they doing. This is a lithograph, but you know, here we'll X out of that. We're gonna X out of it as we. You know I got a real picture, nigga, a real photograph of the school, nigga. Don't worry about that. You know I do. Where is that? In all of its glory. That shit's down here on this end, I think. I'm about to give me a motherfucking gaming computer to go live with, dog. We gonna be going crazy. This is just another lithograph. Because they damn near want to hide it like it never was there. But you know, this Hawk School nigga. That's a photograph of the Colored Orphan Asylum. All right. But, you know, this them niggas, them motherfucking brotherhood ass niggas doing what they do. Oh yeah. One flew over the hawk's nest, nigga. We're gonna get into it. Where is my nigga at? Yeah, so during the draft riots, these motherfucking goddamn scallywags burnt down the school, the Colored Orphan Asylum, all right? And we're gonna get to all that. Where is this? Them motherfuckers, creepy looking ass clampets. Where is it? Where's this nigga at, man? I know I didn't X out of it. Let's see. It's antique photographs. I think just that it's like a big ass full wide picture. At the school. These the color orphans, you know, because this is after the war. It's the Jackson 1000. All these niggas got Jackson 5 hats on and shit. What the fuck is this about? All right. Was it here? Slavery in the Colored Orphan Asylum. Why do I have this up? That's some bullshit. It's one of them spin moves and shit they be sending a nigga down. Oh, you know what? Here, this is a good time to go ahead and just look at some random shit. And this how I be down the rabbit hole, y'all. Check this shit out. It doesn't go, but it does go. Because I'm researching this shit, all of this shit, and I'm like, as I'm going through the Wikipedia shit, finding some sources and shit, I see people executed by the province of South Carolina. Now, I know that we ran the Carolinas, you know what I'm saying, especially South Carolina, you know what I'm saying? So, we just learned that in the last bill, Black Slave Owners. Go watch it. Link will be in the description. Hey, man, y'all got to talk, man, in the chat, man. Y'all too quiet, man. That shit fucking up the algorithm, man. I need y'all help, man. Now, check it out, though. So, I'm looking at this, and it say people, categories, people executed by the 13 colonies, people executed by South Carolina. So, bro, the first nigga I click on fucked me up, bro. Because I'm like, okay, well, let me see who this is that got executed. Hey, bro, this shit right here, I'm finna get some bows and arrows in the chat. Check this out, bro. This is the random shit. You gotta read everything, right? You see, this ain't this the play. Nigga, click out of this. Oh, ain't no no, nigga, what the fuck did that say? People executed by the 13 colonies. So shit, if the goddamn 13 colonies executing a nigga, then he goddamn on our side, low key. But you know, I see Thomas Jeremiah, so you know, I'm sure it's a white man. And what do I get? Check this out. Thomas Jeremiah died 18 August 1775, was a free Negro. Let me zoom in. Because they even say in this little section here that he's never mentioned again in history. Watch this. Check this out. Thomas Jeremiah died August 18th, 1775, was a free Negro harbor pilot. I mean, that nigga was the captain of the ship, bro. Here, just so you know, I ain't bluffing. What's a harbor pilot? A maritime pilot, marine pilot, harbor pilot, port pilot, ship pilot, or simply pilot is a mariner who maneuvers ships through dangerous or congested waters such as harbors or river mouths. He's the fucking captain of the ship, bro. All right? 1775. He the captain of the ship, nigga. Right here, they telling on themselves. Put some bows and arrows in the motherfucking chat if you never heard of the captain of the motherfucking ship, Thomas Jeremiah, 1775. You haven't, nigga. I should see bows and arrows flooding that motherfucker. I ain't even gonna look. I wait till it's all done processing. It should be bows and arrows. I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna just wait. Thomas Jeremiah died August 18, 1775. He died in 1775. He was a free Negro harbor pilot, firefighter, fisherman, and merchant from Charlestown, South Carolina. From Charlestown, South Carolina. In British North America, a prominent resident of the city. He was executed for attempting to foment a slave revolt. Sure he was. Fuck he need to do a slave revolt for? He the captain of the whole ship. He's free. Captain of the ship, firefighter, fisherman, merchant. All right? Hold on. Did y'all put some balls and arrows in the chat?
Motherfucker. You the one you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer. Crucify my blessed brother. But when I find them, I'm gonna get them, motherfucker.
Yeah, man. I don't know who the fuck got DJ ZPE blocked, nigga. I won't never block him. I'm gonna have to go on YouTube or some shit. Hold on, man. We on a mission, man. Free our nigga, man. Let me see how I do this shit. Go find the block shit. I don't know, man. I'm gonna free my nigga right now. Settings. I don't even block nobody. So that's what I'm saying. I know I didn't do it. I don't even know where to look to unblock motherfuckers, but I'm pretty smart, so it's not in settings. Your channel. We stopping the whole build to see why my nigga blocked, bro. We don't block nobody at Hawk School, bro. We ain't on that soft ass shit, bro. We know how to run a nigga off, man. You ain't gotta block nobody. We run they bitch ass up out of here. Make nigga not want to come outside. Membership account. Hey, we don't block nobody, man. If you got a wrench, don't block nobody, man. We just, you know what I'm saying, we ain't gonna be letting the motherfucker just go all crazy in that motherfucker. You goddamn put their ass a dunce hat on or some shit. Put they bitch ass on timeout. We ain't goddamn blocking nobody though, you know what I'm talking about? Let me find out y'all nigga fucking up my algorithm, man, blocking my goddamn tribal members and shit. Account. Oh man, I don't even know how to do this shit, dog. We ain't finishing the build, man, until we get DJ ZPE free, dog. Playback performance. Let's see, man. I need one of you old hip ass niggas, man, who be goddamn blocking niggas and shit. I don't even know where to unblock niggas from. Maybe it's in the studio or some shit. Yeah, man, we gotta put the show on hold, man. Wanted to try, goddamn. Nigga goddamn get left behind, goddamn. One of the Mormons been done grabbed a nigga up and ate him or some shit. Try to do something strange for a little piece of change. Gotta get my nigga out of the streets. Analytics, comments, content. Man, y'all niggas ain't shit for blocking ZPE, dog. Shout out DJ ZPE. Who the fuck blocked DJ ZPE, man? You know who did it. You know who you are. See, that's the thing. That's why it don't take, like, religion to not be a liar. Because you know when you lying. It don't take religion to not steal. Because you know that's not your shit, nigga. That's not your cheese, nigga. Them Mexicans know that's not your cheese. Let me see. It's some bullshit, bro. I don't know how to do this shit, dog. That nigga would have been on block. I don't even know where none of this shit be at, bro. That's how 100 I am. I don't know where that shit at, Tribe. Alright, man. Free DJ ZPE, bro. Whoever blocked him, man, you's a bitch ass nigga for that, man. We gotta get back to class, man. I don't want to be running over into my other tribal members' time and shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas be sharing the goddamn airwaves. Yeah, no. Restricted mode. Oh, I don't see shit, bro. Your channel. I don't see shit, man. Hey man, well I shut down the whole live stream, my nigga, so you know it wasn't me. I love you. If I blocked you, nigga, I would have got down. Pretend I ain't even see the nigga talking about it. Alright. I'm gonna just keep it gated. Let's take a look, man, and I think I added a video. Here, let's go ahead. We were talking about the draft riots. Let's go ahead and do a little background.
It's time to take action.
Because I want everybody, you know, to be together as we learn this. I've done my best to put all the pieces together in a methodical way so that you can get the picture. So this is them burning our shit down, per usual.
Initially intended to express their anger at the draft, the protest quickly turned into a racially charged riot, targeting the city's black population, and resulted in the draft, the overwhelmingly white working-class men. 2,000 deaths and class men. Initially intended to express their anger at the draft, the protest quickly turned into a racially charged riot, targeting the city's black population, and resulting in over 2,000 deaths and 8,000 injured. Also, over 50 buildings, primarily black homes, 2 Protestant churches, and over 2,000 deaths and 8,000 injured. Also, over 50 buildings, primarily black homes, 2 Protestant.
Did this nigga say over 50 buildings? 50 buildings, black homes? Is this what this nigga said? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's 1863 and I could have swore I just saw one of these niggas' tribal members on the news fighting to put a teepee up on the motherfucking land. Talking about he a goddamn Indian.
You will give me teepee. Give me your teepee. You will give me teepee. Are you threatening me? Teepee. You must give me your teepee. I need teepee for my bunghole. You will give me teepee.
Churches and the colored orphan asylum, which housed black orphans, were burned to the ground. Many black residents left Manhattan permanently and moved to Brooklyn. By the end of the year, the city's black population had fallen tremendously. In today's episode, we narrate the causes, the course, and the consequences of the most significant and most racially charged civil unrest in American history. Early in 1863, the United States Congress passed a law to draft men to fight in the ongoing American Civil War. The law made all male citizens between 20 and 35 and unmarried men between 35 and 45 subject to military service. However, a provision in the law allowed a man to buy his way out by paying an amount of $300. Little as it may sound, the amount represented the annual income of the average American worker at the time, making the avoidance of military service only possible for the super rich. To make matters worse, blacks were exempted from the draft, as they were not considered American citizens at the time, thereby making the working white population of New York the principal target for military service. Note that New York City had not welcomed the Civil War from the onset. Before the outbreak of the war, cotton represented 40% of the city's export. As the nation's business capital, losing the South as a trading partner had devastating effects on the city's economy. In fact, when the war broke out back in April 1861, Fernando Wood, the New York City mayor,
Can somebody in the chat tell me why the fuck do this nigga got his hand in his pocket? What's that all about? Why he got his hand in his pocket? Somebody in the chat tell me, why is he hiding his hand? Let's get back to Jeremiah. That's where we were left off before we found out that someone betrayed us and blocked DJ ZPE. I really feel betrayed by whoever did that. Free that man. Yes. Where is it? Where are the messages at? And the winner is X8 Dev Hefe. Let's check out our forgotten brother, Captain Jeremiah, 1775. What the fuck's really going on in the world, y'all? I found this on accident. Thomas Jeremiah died 18 August 1775. Was a free Negro, harbor pilot, firefighter, fisherman, and merchant from Charlestown, South Carolina, in British North America. A prominent resident of the city. 1774, nigga, because he died in 75. Let's read some more. They got a little more. Known often as Thomas Jerry or simply as Jerry in contemporary sources. Jerry, just Jerry. Just Jerry. Just call him Jerry. 1775, this nigga the captain of the goddamn ship. And then what did they say? That the nigga, he ain't, not only is he a captain, this nigga is like a warship captain. They can rewind it if they think goddamn, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but y'all already know.
Motherfucker, ain't no corrupt communication came out of my mouth. You know what the corrupt communication is? That's when you talk about the devil. He the devil. Your motherfucking communication is corrupted.
Known often as Thomas Jerry. Is that, hold on, y'all, is that Tom and Jerry? Is that some kind of little joke they got going? Is that what Tom and Jerry is? I mean, this from 1775, bro. Known often as Thomas Jerry, or simply as Jerry in contemporary sources, little is known of his life details. This includes when or where he was born and whether he was free from birth. Who is this source? I keep seeing this source. I gotta read this whole book. The Hanging of Thomas Jeremiah, a Free Black Man's Encounter with Liberty. But you see this motherfucker hijacking from whatever we just read above. Nonetheless, at the time, 99% of blacks in South Carolina were enslaved. Now, how the fuck is they gonna sit here and tell that goddamn lie when we just read about all these black slave owners in Carolina? Because what are you talking about? The niggas who own they sisters and their kids and all this shit? Is that what they supposed to be talking about right here? See, these motherfuckers, we smarter than them. And typically free blacks such as Jeremiah would have purchased themselves from their masters. Not if he a fucking Indian, bro. You stupid ass scallywag. Jeremiah's first appearance in the historical record are in 1750. Niggas, let me get some bows and arrows in the chat. If goddamn you ain't never heard of goddamn Thomas Jerry. Captain Jeremiah, 1750. Prominent South Carolina citizen of Carolina, nigga. The Confederacy, goddamn me. Fuck you talking about? This nigga a straight Indian. It just said the nigga from Carolina. But y'all know it's fucking up y'all narrative. We're gonna get back to that, but I just wanted to give a shout out to my nigga because he impressed me. Check it out. It said Jeremiah's first appearance in the historical record are in 1750s in the South Carolina Gazette, where he was blamed for running both the HMS Jamaica and the Brother Adventure aground. Those are boats, ships. HMS Jamaica. It's a Royal Navy ship. 10 gun, 2 masts. He fucking them up, tribe. He in Carolina in our shit. Fucking them up. Captain Jeremiah. But peep it. His skills evidently improved as he was recognized as one of the best pilots in the harbor in 1775. Same book. And he was also recognized for other activities. His public services were universally acknowledged according to the governor. So the governor know Thomas Jerry? Okay, now this is the book right here we need to check out. Colonial South Carolina History. University of South Carolina Press. In 97, that's kind of late in the game, but I mean, I never heard of this nigga. Jeremiah was also a slave owner. Whose book? Now, this same motherfucker right here. See, this is why you got to click on them numbers. Them the sources. You could go read the whole book. That's what I do, nigga. I copy paste and I go read the shit. This ain't what we talking about, Jeremiah, on this bill. But I wanted to introduce this into this bill because it's 17 goddamn 50, and this nigga is a fisherman, a fireman, a motherfucking a warship captain. And these little goddamn dusty motherfucking scallywags is over here stealing motherfucking gooseberries and coal and shit. So we living way different over here. Before, after. Before, after. Before. After. His skills evidently improved as he was recognized as one of the best pilots in the harbor. In 1775, and he was also recognized for other activities. His public services were, universally acknowledged, according to the governor. Jeremiah was also a slave owner who used slaves in a commercial fishing operation. In a commercial fishing operation, okay? They wasn't going goddamn fishing for dinner, nigga. He used slaves in a commercial fishing operation in 1768. Well, we just seen a whole boatload of motherfuckers. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. In 1768, the South Carolina Gazette noted that the Negro Jerry, well known for his extinguishing of fires, this nigger keeps putting out all the fires. How the fuck we gonna burn anything up? Just call him Jerry. You're going down in history as Jerry, you fucking firefighter. Oh, man. No, what you doing, Hawk School? What did she say? The Negro Jerry, well known for his extinguishing of fires, has completed a whaleboat in order to supply the inhabitants of Charlestown with live fish every day. His wealth was estimated as high as 1,000 sterling, equivalent to $250,000 in 2021. Scholar J. William Harris speculates that Jeremiah was probably the richest Negro in British North America. Let's give it up to the richest Negro in British North America, Captain Jeremiah, that we didn't even know fucking existed. 1750. The governor, no. By the 1770s, Jeremiah was well known in Charlestown, and in 1771, respect for him may have been responsible for a successful request for a pardon from a lieutenant governor, William Bull, for an assault charge. Revolutionary fervor gripped South Carolina's capital by the beginning of 1775. From 1765, the British Parliament had begun a series of taxes and punishments which met more and more resistance from North American colonies. The royal blah, blah, blah. That's what I'm saying. We ain't got time for that. That ain't what we doing. So, meanwhile, look at these motherfucking scallywags. Hand all in their pocket.
Had called on the city's Board of Councilors to declare the city's independence from Washington. Early in 18... papers published derogatory articles of black people, ridiculed black aspirations of equal rights and privilege.
You see your people? Why they want to talk down on you? Why they stealing gooseberries?
New York City Mayor had called on the city's Board of Councilors to declare the city's independence from Washington. Early in 1863, newspapers published derogatory articles of black people, ridiculed black aspirations of equal rights and privileges, and emphasized the evils of interracial socializing and relationships. A few months prior, in September 1862, President Abraham Lincoln had issued the Emancipation Proclamation, which decreed the freedom of over 4 million enslaved black people. This alarmed much of the white working class in New York, who feared competing with the freed black slaves for low-wage jobs. Minor protests started in March 1863, when white longshoremen refused.
Whoever made this video, use a lion scallywag. We gave you a chance, bitch. Making all this shit up. We just seen your little dirty ass motherfucking nephew stealing coal and shit, eating dirt. Licking ice.
Right the Atlantic basin together to form a society that drew upon the strengths and characteristics of English, European, African, and they took a little fragment of from a packing case that had been sent to America to
tragic, frankly, because they are a private group. But
almost every single academic historian in America basically weasels away from actually the fact of the slavery and there's an attempt even by economic historians, one finds, to basically say this was a straightforward deal here. You know, this was a contract. It was perfectly okay. Our view is, you see, that there is a temptation to slide away and to think that there is only one type of slavery, and that slavery is a very distinct thing that only happens, to the Africans who arrived, rather than it actually being a possibility, which we know in history, that there are actually different types of slavery. So our point is that while also, and indeed in our book, we do actually pay cognizance to some of these excellent people in modern academic America. But I think that they basically, it's quite often, you see, my point is, one shouldn't necessarily leave it to an historian to actually decide how to define terms. It is actually quite often more a philosophical matter. And I think that what has happened is that quite often these historians have refused to face up to the philosophical matter of defining the terms. And that is what I hope that we have tried to do. I mean, maybe we're wrong, but it's what we've tried to do. And I hope to some extent, maybe we have succeeded.
I was just wondering if you're aware of the work of Marcus Rediker and Peter Lineberg's The Many-Headed Hydra, which covers this period, and the Hydra is considered the commoners, the sailors, the huge variety of people that became indentured servants before the beginning of the slave trade. And I wondered if you were familiar with that work.
We've seen it. I can't. We looked at so much. I must admit, I've certainly seen it, but I couldn't say it jumps into my consciousness immediately.
Yeah, well, hold on.
I need to pull up these pictures for y'all, these motherfuckers, man. Listen to this shit. Hold on. You don't gotta listen to 5 minutes of this shit. So sick of these motherfuckers.
Where were you on March 9th?
Talking about some goddamn slaves. Well, ain't no motherfucking way. Watch this. Just stay with me. Just stay with me. It's all gonna add up. Listen how they talk. This the letters. You reading this bitch letters. What it say? The description says, meet the poor Victorians who lived worse off than beggars in 19th century London. Okay, and for all you not so bright niggas, 19th century is the 1800s, okay? Same time we talking about here. Meet the poor Victorians who lived worse off than beggars in 19th century London. The genuine account of the hard lives of quote-unquote crawlers is an accurate documentary of everyday Victorian poverty. The workhouse and slums as recorded in 1877 by John Thompson and Adolphe Smith, blah, 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 blah. Listen.
Heard of Victorian crawlers, but what you are about to hear is an eye-opening account of his turn called upon to give those who are his inferiors in the profession stale bread,
My bad, y'all. I forgot.
half-used tea leaves, and on gala days the fly-blown bone of a joint are their principal items of diet. A broken jug or a teapot without spout or handle constitutes the domestic crockery. In this, the stale tea leaves, or perhaps if one of the company has succeeded in begging a penny, a halfpenny worth of new tea is carefully placed. Then one of the women rises and crawls slowly towards Drury Lane.
I'm about to get these pictures for you. Stay with me. This would be a fine time to share the live stream, though. You know what I'm saying? Fine time for a little drip check.
Motherfucker, you the one you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer! Crucify my blessed brother. But when I find them, I'm gonna get them, motherfuckers.
I caught him red-handed, man. Wait till I see these pictures. I had to download them up. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right. Wait till I see these pictures.
Children were sent west during this time, with even more being sent to families along the East Coast. With the success of the Children's Aid Society, many copycat organizations arose in the mid-1800s, all with the main goal of attracting or capturing abandoned orphans and sending them to mostly Protestant families around the United States. Again, John F. Kennedy was our first and last Catholic president before Joe Biden. As we look through history, we must begin to peel back these things that make us uncomfortable to ask why and find what makes us uncompromising. Like 1800s. With the overflow of people into these asylums, really anyone society deems people are freed. However, these freed men and women are often locked back up in asylums where they are deemed to be insane, and this is why we have so many asylums being built in the mid-1800s. With the overflow of people into these asylums, really anyone society deems different could be locked up. The children of those individuals locked up begin taking to life in the streets as homeless orphans. They create gangs and roam the northeastern cities. The worst city affected by this is New York City, where over 30,000 homeless children lived in a city of just over 500,000 people. These homeless then grew rapidly with the destruction of Seneca Village, modern-day Central Park, home to the richest population of African Americans in New York. The plan to destroy Seneca Village is hatched in part by Francis Law Olmsted, whose best friend attended Yale with.
No, we're gonna bring that back. I don't think they heard him.
With the destruction of Seneca Village, modern-day Central Park, home to the richest population of African Americans in New York. The plan to destroy Seneca Village is hatched in part by Francis Law Olmsted, whose best friend attended Yale with him, one Charles Loring Brace. Alongside Seneca Village's destruction, Brace determines that the homeless youth deserve better. They deserve a Protestant life. So he creates a system to wrangle up the homeless children and send them to families all across the country, with the largest numbers of these children going to the West. Here, the children become indentured servants, basically replenishing the supply of labor that was lost with the abolishing of slavery. At the same time, previous pockets of American culture, which were one distinct group, are introduced to children from all different backgrounds. The American melting pot is created, and specific pride for one's nation of origin is undermined. The orphan trains continue for 75 years. The South, and even large portions of the North, are rebuilt, using in large parts the children from the orphan trains. The families who receive the orphans are usually Protestant, or at least not Catholic, and this influx in these populations leads to a revival of Protestant religious sects all throughout New York. The culture is spliced piece by piece until it's one that fits the plan of Olmsted and Brace. And for me, that is the most important secret history of the mid-1800s. It goes beyond simply the base narrative and searches for the truth behind the matter. It scratches away at the lighthearted, the two sides to every argument, and focuses on the gray area in between, where it takes our own sense of judgment and understanding to be able to decipher what we are discussing. Did the orphan trains appear by chance, or was it a contrived plan arising from secret societies of Yale and New York? Or was it simply the work of two best friends who decided to shape the history of New York? Was the orphan train a positive thing, or was it used to erase the culture of targeted groups in America? Did the orphan train system, with custom trains and routes, actually stem from an earlier system used to help free the slaves? Could the indentured servitude required from the orphan train kids actually just be viewed as an extension?
We ain't gonna be asking all them questions, man. We finna answer some questions. These motherfucking scallywags. Where my history? Where my nigga video at, man? I got a clip of A1 video I wanna play. Stay with me, stay with me, stay with me, stay woke. Stay with me. Man, I watch too much shit, dog. Okay, that's that one. That's one. Here, man. Let me teach you something real quick, man. Let that marinate for a minute before I find this other video. So
around the world and find all this shit and article, and while the rest. All right, so.
All right. Shout out to Autonomous One. This is his video, and this is from 2017. So for all you niggas, put some respect on the Aboriginal's name. We're just gonna play a clip because we're gonna put everything together, piece it all together. Just stay with me.
It's saying, all right, so it's saying about 2/3 of Seneca Village was African Americans. It's saying while the rest of the European, look, here we go. That's the first migration into your neighborhood. They're the first people, and then came the Hispanics and Latinos and everybody else. It's saying while the rest were European descendants, mostly Irish, the community was settled in 1825. Now the other one said, all right, the 1820. All right, saying it's a few years before slavery was abolished. So all right, so you had a community of people living in Seneca Village that was free. They said that these was free blacks, and we know when they use the term free blacks, free men, that these was Aborigines or whatever. They saying that a few years before slavery. The other one saying that the slavery was abolished, but this is the New York Times, so I'm gonna take their word for it or whatever. It said a few years before slavery was abolished in New York. So they saying that these black people was free before slavery was abolished in New York, but people knew that they was living there And they didn't capture them and make them slaves again. Come on, man. Remember the story roots and what we've been told. If they say anybody was black in this land, they was supposed to have been brought here to be slaves. So how did these people get free? I said, despite old news reports that the village was a scattered camp, it said it was in fact made up of workings of a middle class property owners. So how did these people own? Hold up. All right. Now, we know at this point in time, slavery was going on, right? How did these people establish money to become middle class property owners? So it would have took some years for them to become middle class property owners. Let's think about this now. It would have took maybe years, or maybe we don't know how fast people accumulated wealth back in them days or whatever though. But however it comes, just think about it. If they was going to be middle class, that ain't come overnight. So these people had to have they had to have some resources in which to sell. How do slaves get resources to sell to become middle class? Let's stop playing, y'all. Come on now. All right. These is one of the artifacts that they found or whatever. Let's see. It said detailed historian map indicates the village stretched from 82 to 89th Street between what were 7th and 8th Avenue. It's saying 9 a Rothschild. Hold up. Why do the Rothschilds want to know what happened? Well, I mean, I'm quite sure she's related to the other Rothschild. Why Nan a Rothschild? All right, it's saying an anthropologist. All right, so now what these wealthy illuminists do is put their kids as become the anthropologists so they can go around the world and find all this shit and hide it or whatever. So, all right, so the anthropologist who is a professor at Columbia University and Barnard College said that there were other settlements in the area, but that this is the most formal, coherent community that we know of because it was laid out in a grid pattern. It's saying it had several churches and a school. Okay, it's saying with help of 10 college interns, the institute focus on two primary sites: the yard of the resident named Nancy Moore. It said the resident named Nancy Moore and the home of William G. Wilson or whatever. It's saying a sexton at All Angels at Episcopal whatever church, both who were black. Records show that Mr. Wilson and his wife Charlotte, where'd she get that name Charlotte from? Maybe Queen Charlotte, maybe she was indigenous. She had to be indigenous. It said had 8 children and lived in a 3-story wood frame house. How do people who were slaves live in a 3-story wood frame house? Okay, it said.
That's a good question, A1. Because there's a whole lot of niggas running around here telling us that Indians lived in teepees.
You will give me teepee. You will give me your teepee. You will give me teepee. Are you threatening me? Teepee. You must give me your teepee. I need teepee for my bunghole. You will give me teepee.
Let's get some. Let me show y'all something real quick. Where is James? I wanted to read about James McCoon though before we got over to that. And I'm really wondering if this nigga name ain't even McCoon, if they just did that to fuck with the nigga. I'm gonna have to go back. How I found it, I think I went through here. Just gotta paint a little picture real quick. Gotta get some more paint, man. Get some more paint on the brush. Oh, there you go. Went to that. And it was one of the links. I don't know why God gave me the memory he did, boy, but I'll be memorizing the shit out of this shit. All right, and then I went to Rama. See, and this nigga I'm about to show y'all, this one of Frederick Douglass' homeboys. And what's so crazy is I remember this nigga's name, and I remember him because they were showing in Glasgow, London, like his great-granddaughter, they full white now. They straight white people. Like you wouldn't even know that this nigga existed. Like as far as color. You know what I'm saying? They totally what they call it, blanched this nigga out. The lady, she his like great-granddaughter or some shit. It's a white lady. I was trying to find a video for this build to show y'all, but she didn't know that the whole video is supposed to be about, oh, the white lady didn't know she had a black ancestor. You know what I'm saying? And they talk about the nigga like he just a regular, you know what I'm saying, run-of-the-mill ass nigga. But then, you know, I find out who this nigga is, and the nigga is totally washed out. James McCoon Smith. Because this is the nigga he had something to do with the colored orphan asylum. Where the fuck is it? He's first black American to hold a medical degree. So-called black American. They got them all in the medical association, library and shit. Library of medicine. Hold on. So could just share this with y'all so y'all see what the fuck I'm doing. It's one of these links. I want to read this shit to you, but it was a specific, because I read a lot of the shit, but like I said, I try to get the fire for y'all, so I have found one that was really just, you know, the nigga, I think the nigga's a Freemason, you know, free and bureau ass, sellout ass nigga. But he was still very successful nonetheless. I ain't no hater. I'm just saying. It's a lot of shit. Was it Life and Times? Oh no. African Free Historical Society. See, there's plenty of sources about this nigga. The Family. I don't think it's that one. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, I'm still tripping off the nigga whole family white now. Descendants of first black U.S. doctor. Descendants. Where the fuck is it? Here, right here. It's gotta be this one. It's this one. Yeah, this the one. All right, let's check this out real quick. This all goes together. This is, did they X me out that shit, bro? This is, what's it called? What the fuck? Oh man, that's that bullshit. What's that bullshit? Yeah. Let's do this. There you go. Let's see if it's this one. I don't want y'all. Now, clearly this nigga Choctaw Indian or some shit. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely not no motherfucking African. He's clearly an Indian. You can tell by the phenotype. What he sold out. And it's some, I'm gonna show y'all. Check this shit out. James McCoon Smith, early life. Smith was born a slave on April 18th, 1813 in New York City to Lavinia Smith, an enslaved black woman from South Carolina, and Samuel Smith, a white merchant slave owner. Young Smith lived free, but in fear that slave hunters would recapture them both, he labored as a bonded blacksmith 6 days a week. No, hold on now, he's a slave. He labored as a bonded blacksmith 6 days a week, studying Greek and Latin on nights and weekends to prepare for college. He was legally freed at 14 years old after New York passed the Emancipation Act on July 14th, 1827. So I want y'all to put that in your mind, because I hear a lot of people talk about slavery in 1860 this and all this shit. Wasn't no slavery in New York, 1827. He graduated with honors from the African Free School, number 2. Uh-oh. The hijackers. I got 33 in the chat.
Whatever, then I'm wrong. You got me now. You got me now. Oh, you figured me out. You fucking income fucking poop. Motherfucker, ain't no corrupt communication came out of my mouth. You know what the corrupt communication is? That's when you talk about the devil. He the devil. Your motherfucking communication is corrupted.
He graduated with honors from the African Free School number 2, founded by a white abolitionist to prove that black people could equal white people intellectually. Despite his academic aptitude, Smith was denied admission to medical school at Geneva Medical College at Columbia University because he was black. But he was accepted at the University of Glasgow. He graduated with a bachelor's in 1835, a master's in 1836. This nigga got a master's in 1 year. An MD in 1837, either at or near the top of his class, mastering astronomy, math, anatomy, botany, chemistry, medicine, midwifery, surgery. On returning to New York City in 1839, Smith opened a medical practice, pharmacy, and an evening school to teach geography, literacy skills, and math to people of all races. His lectures in New York and Philadelphia debunked phrenology, the racialist pseudoscience, positing that the brain was a collection of organs, each having a separate function, that the brain acquired contours in proportion to channels, blah, 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 blah. In 1846, the Colored Orphan Asylum hired Smith to care for nearly 200 children in a residence because 1 in 20 children were dying from measles, smallpox, and tuberculosis. Early in his time there, he debunked claims that homeopathic treatments reduced children's death rate in New York City orphanage, writing that allopathy saves 7 times more patients than homeopathy. So here's part of the indoctrination. You know what I'm saying? He with indoctrination nation, rhythm nation, nigga. 1914 looking at us. A transportation company refused him passage on his streetcars because he was black, so Smith walked nearly 7 miles daily until the asylum provided him with conveyance. He remained on staff there until his death. In 1840, Smith wrote the first case report by a black U.S. physician, blah, blah, blah. But let's get down here to the nitty gritty. Oh, this ain't even. I knew they tried to trick me. I knew this wasn't the. Fuck, this ain't the one. Hold on, y'all. That's cool. We still learning. So I read all this shit. Where is it? We just read the legacy. They keep trying to kick me out of the one, the education and medical practice. I think this is it. I need to roll up, man. Nah, that's the medical shit. Slow ass nigga. Man, let me just go back from the top. Yeah, I read all that shit. You see all them purple and shit. See, look, he a part of the goddamn bullshit. Where he at? I'm gonna show y'all, just so y'all know I ain't making it up. Opposing the immigration of American free blacks to other countries, Smith believed that native-born Americans had the right to live in the United States and claim by their labor and birth to the land. He gathered supporters to go to Albany to testify to the state legislature against proposed plans to support the American Colonization Society, originally known as the Society for the Colonization of Free People of Color. Society for the Colonization of Free People of Color of America. Do you hear what it says? Founded in 1816 with Robert Finley to encourage and support the migration of free people of color to the continent of Africa. The American Colonization Society was founded in response to what was seen as a growing social problem: what to do with the free blacks. What the fuck you mean what to do? Nigga, go take your ass back to goddamn dirty ass Britain and go steal some coal. The fuck? What to do? That's what I'm talking about. Before, after. Man, let me get up out of here, man, before I get off the motherfucker. So the draft riots was everywhere. And that was because they was getting their ass drafted into the war because they were citizens. They say in July 1863, during draft riots in Manhattan, Irish rioters attacked blacks throughout the city and burned down the Orphan Asylum. The children were saved by the staff and Union troops in the city during its nearly 30 years. The Orphan Asylum had admitted 1,300 children and typically had approximately 200 residents at a time. After the riot, Smith moved his family and business out of Manhattan to Brooklyn, as did other prominent blacks. Numerous buildings had been destroyed. Numerous buildings had been destroyed in their old neighborhood, and estimates were that some 100 blacks were killed in the rioting. No longer feeling safe in the lower Fourth Ward, the Smiths moved to Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Smith was a prolific writer and essayist. The historian John Stouffer at Harvard University says he was one of the leaders within the movement to abolish slavery, and he was one of the most original and innovative writers of his time. In 1839, he followed Samuel Cornish as editor of the Colored American, a New York weekly newspaper owned. You see, he with all this colored shit, African shit. No, don't do the homeopathic medicine shit. But it's all gonna come to a head real quick. And they wouldn't even let this nigga go to the one school. But check this out. Look what they got this nigga keeping track of. As Smith started publishing, his work was quickly accepted by newer scientific organizations. 1852, Smith was invited to be the founding member of the New York Statistics Institute. In 1854, he was elected as a member of the American Geographical Society, founded in New York in 1851 by top scientists as well as wealthy amateurs. That's your top scientists. Ain't no top scientists, just wealthy amateurs interested in exploration. The society recognized him by giving him an award for one of his articles. He joined the New York Historical Society. Among numerous others, works supporting abolitionists and dealing with issues related to race, Smith was known for his introduction to Frederick Douglass's second autobiography, My Bondage, My Freedom. Blah, blah, blah. They talking all this slave shit. But it's crazy because these niggas is fighting for white people. You thought these white people was fighting for you. But there's something very important in this other article that you need to see. And I will not rest until you see it, and then we can move on. No. First doctor shit. Yeah, there we go. Legacy of James McCoon, first U.S. black physician. Yep, see, here we go. That dumbass thing right there, that's how I knew. All right. Consensus is emerging that the medical community must recognize this, blah, blah, blah. We don't need to read all this shit. Early life. Is this the one I read already? Where is the... Hold on. Nah, man, you gotta see this shit, bro. You gotta see it. You gotta see it for yourself. New York Manumission Society was an all-male, all-white organization devoted to protecting black people in the city. See, this is that old Freemason-ass bullshit. Whole time they setting niggas up. Talking about, we're gonna protect you. Go around the corner and go sit right over here. Cause we got a whole bunch of motherfuckers waiting over there to bust your motherfucking head. That's how they rock. We're gonna get to it. Further reading. It's like this shit just, these motherfucking bots play too much, man. Where the fuck is it? I probably emailed it to myself. I did. I ain't gonna let you agent ass niggas see my email though. Let me see. Get your mind right.
But change your motherfucking mindset. You wanna know why you ain't got shit? Cause you ain't thinking about shit. I come out the door every day with this shit on my mind. I'm gonna give me a bag. Fuck wrong with you? I'm gonna give me some cash. Change your motherfucking mindset, man. You think pennies, you get pennies. Bitch, I'm thinking dollars.
Back that motherfucker up. I'm sick of that motherfucker, bro. That's like, turn this bitch up. Peace to the tribes, man. If you just tuned in, man, I appreciate you taking time out of your life, man, to come over here and watch me goddamn bullshit. Come on, water. That's the one we read. See, I was on, I don't know if I was on my phone or my laptop. I'll be all over. Maybe this is it. Let's try this one. Yeah, because it's about his family. No, that's not there. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Hold on. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Drip check, man.
Motherfucker. You the one going, you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer. Crucify my blessed brother. But when I find them, I'm gonna get them, motherfuckers.
We gotta get everything, man. We gotta get everything. We gotta see who this nigga is, man. Y'all don't really know who this nigga is like I do. That's why I want to show you. Where the fuck is this article, dog? And I had it up. It's gonna fuck around and be open on another page when I got down. Sign out this motherfucker. I don't want to fast forward yet. I mean, it is goddamn Sunday, man. Y'all niggas ain't going to church. This is church. Maybe this is it. Come on now. Yeah, this is it right here, ain't it? You tried to hide it. That's the one we read. I remember that picture. But it's not showing me. They trying to hide that shit. X out of this bullshit. See, he fighting for women rights. He all the way in London fighting for these scallywags and shit. Where the fuck is it, man? Nah, fuck that nigga book. We were probably in the chat telling my high school think everybody an agent. Yes, nigga, watch. Hold on. That nigga's a motherfucking sellout. Yeah, maybe this the one. I ain't got time for this old, I don't know, history ass nigga be talking all extra. Nah, that ain't it. Ay, ay, ay. Smithsonian Magazine, I don't think it was there either. Let's see what the chat talking about, man. Damn, my chat blank. It's got all y'all names and it's blank. Maybe it's this one. They're gonna expose itself. No homo. Oh, it's the National Library of Medicine bullshit. Again. How we done clicked on every motherfucking link and got down. We ain't see the main one. It was this one. And that motherfucker gone. Search. She's gone. Archive today. Yeah, it was here. I this ain't there, dog. Because I went through all the references. Let's see. We just gonna click on it. That ain't it. God damn it, man. I'm gonna just skip out of this shit. I be reading so much damn shit, but it was something very important that this nigga said, bro. $400 New York divided 400 souls. Come on, man. So we could get back to it, man. God damn, man. This motherfucking camera too close. Hold on. I'm just living my life, ain't I? Niggas like, man, what the fuck this nigga doing? All right, man. Goddamn McCoon. They call that nigga McCoon, man. That's a joke, bro. I don't think that's that nigga name, dog. Intelligence personified. See, that's how you know. That's how you know that a nigga is not on our side. When these motherfuckers goddamn kissing this nigga ass. And see, the reason I wanted to show y'all this shit because you gotta remember, this nigga is at the goddamn hospital, goddamn lobotomizing motherfucking black kids and shit. So it's very important to know who these people are. They're trying to hide this shit. I'm gonna find that shit in my email, dog. As soon as I'm off this motherfucker, indentured servitude, Tecumseh. Indian tribes. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Come on, man. And I was supposed to do this build, so I got all other shit for the next build. All in front of this shit. Fuck this nigga. Now I gotta make it interesting, man. This nigga had me taking too long. McCoon ass nigga here, man. And I don't want to say what I found. I want y'all to see it, bro. So it ain't like nigga be making shit up. Y'all know how I do at Hawk School. See, look, like, he got shit like, alongside Medicine Smith practiced social justice, he wrote against the Supreme Court's decision in the Dred Scott case denying black individual citizenship, aided refugees traveling the Underground Railroad. Now, see, and that's the trick. We know now, nigga, you don't want to be no citizen, but he fighting for you to be a citizen. It say he edited the Colored American, and the Anglo-African magazine. Anglo-African, which were the first venues for free black people to express opinions for a broad readership. In 1864, the historically black Wilberforce College in Ohio offered him a professorship in anthropology for his scholarship on race, but he died in 1865 from heart failure before filling the position. And it's very important, bro, because this nigga is talking all this race shit. Where is this coon ass nigga hiding, man? Y'all gotta see this shit. I'm on my high shit, so I'm just like adamant about the shit. Cause we remembering this nigga as a black pioneer. But he don't look at himself like that. And that's why I was trying to find where he thought of himself. As opposed to us just saying our opinions. So I believe I done went to every link. I think it's that one that's deleted. And I'm not crazy. I feel crazy. Here's another one. Now, see, this I know I ain't tripping how the PBS site deleted. This PBS. How y'all delete y'all shit? So now I'm just clicking on shit I ain't even seen. Fake ass motherfucking links. No page found, bro. I just studied this nigga, bro. And now all the links gone. I read all this shit, bro. I clicked on every one of these motherfuckers. Did we go to Black Pass? We did this one, didn't we? Hey man, I know y'all like, God damn it. Just imagine the shit that I go through just to learn this shit. They hiding it, man. Bots know. The destiny of the people of color. Manager, because he a manager of the colored orphan asylum. So he just as off as these motherfucking pale faces, but he just on the other side of the fence, running the play. Destiny of the colored people. I don't want to see that bullshit. I want to see, where is shit? Maybe it's in here. I was talking about him and his brother. Yeah, I'm fucking off the whole goddamn bill with this bullshit. Ah, there it is. Lavinia Smith. It said, born in South Carolina, listed first as head of household, blah, blah, blah. Then Smith and his wife, Melvina, had 3 children, James, Henry, and Amy. Each member of the household was classified as mulatto. All but Lavinia Smith were born in New York. They lived in a mixed neighborhood in the 5th Ward in the census. Nearly all other neighbors on the pages were classified as white. Many were immigrants from England, Ireland, and France. So he lived with the white people. But that ain't the best of it. By the conventions of time, this means that they were classified as white. By the census enumerator, total of white persons only are given, blah, blah, blah. Smith and his family were among prominent African Americans who left Manhattan. Here it is. In the 1870 census, Melvina, now a widow, and their 4 children were living in Ward, Brooklyn. All were classified as white. All right? So he's gone. He's out of there. You know what's even better? Their son, James Smith, who had married a white woman, was living in a separate household working as a teacher. He was also classified as white. The Smith children still at home were Maud, Donald, blah, blah, blah. The men married white spouses, but Maud never married. All were classified as white from 1860 onward. So all that good goddamn Freemason shit, that's what I wanted you to see, bro. That's all. I just wanted you to see the official documentation that this nigga is goddamn one flew over the motherfucking goddamn hawk's nest. crazy as shit. Let me get y'all the video, man. See, it's too soon for me to give away all my goddamn sauce. Even though, you know, we ain't gonna go over 3 on this bitch, man. It's Sunday, it's still early. I don't know if anybody, any of the Indians live. I hope they ain't. Share the live stream, man. We got the elect in here. This video about to fuck y'all up. And then I'll put a little more of the pieces together. Just want everybody to get an idea of who's who. What's going on in these different places, these different times. You know what I'm saying? We discovered goddamn Captain Jeremiah, 1775. You know what I'm saying? Who doing what, when. Here's one. This is a doozy.
Numbers move you, but some.
Go ahead on, man. Hey, y'all take a moment, man, if you don't mind, and share the live stream, man. Just take a minute. Share it to the goddamn Twitter or goddamn Facebook, Instagram, goddamn send it to your ex-bitch that you hate just to fuck up her morning.
Inheritors. Now this video.
All right, we about to bring it around, but he gonna connect a few more dots, but still not. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all waiting for the fire, but I got shit in the chamber. You know what I'm saying? Just share the live stream, man. I'll never let you down. All right. Matter of fact, before we even get to that, let me show you something. I could give you a little piece of it right here, because I already showed you. And this is something I know we don't know about. I just learned it. It gets back. Damn. Oh, I X'd out of that motherfucker. Wrong shit. What was that? That was, all that. We can X out of that. We done with the color society. We done with goddamn Mr. McCoon. They washed that nigga, bro. So now it ain't going. It ain't even no black legacy, no Aboriginal legacy. Like they completely motherfucking white people. But it's something we gotta talk about. Yeah, that's it. This shit here. All right, because we know that they done stole the land. And the way they doing it is what they say, the shit been abandoned. So once you abandon the building, then the motherfucker got to go in and they got to do what? They got to renovate the building, right? But you think renovate one word. You don't even know what a renovation is. Peace of the tribes, tribe. Shout out Bronze Flat, Power God, Hodge Online, Georgia Peach, Lou Era, Grassroots, St. Lulu, Original Intellect, Snake God, Lou Era, Hawk Yos, Tribe, Redskin, Suzanne Thompson, Tried and True. I said everybody else already. All right, so boom. Because novate. You could go look this shit up anywhere you want. You know what I'm saying? Novate means to replace a contract, a legal agreement with a new contract. from the Latin novus, new. But where is it at? Where is it? One step at a time, it's all gonna make sense. Let's see what this one say. Try to find something simple. It says about novation in real estate. Novation means replacing the original contract with a new one. In simple words, novation is replacing someone or something in a contract with someone or something else. And it happens quite often in both residential and commercial real estate transactions. When a contract is renegotiated, it is not as simple as striking it out and replacing it with new terms. You cannot get a verbal agreement for the changes either. All parties must agree to the replacement and sign to show their agreement, or the new contract is not valid. Only after that, the old contract then will become invalid. Novation in real estate is often used in regards to transfer of complex property leases and similar cases. It can be used in replacing one party with another. In contract or agreement, or it can be used to substantiate new terms or contracts in place of old ones. Okay, so when they going in and when we don't abandon all these properties, now that shit is being renovated. All right. So I just want you to understand what's happening when motherfuckers say they renovating the building. Because you think they goddamn fixing it up. No. Well, there's more to it, but it's not time. Not yet. Not yet, grasshoppers. We can get out of that. We're getting through it. Because, see, 1863, and this is how they depicting the shit, you know what I'm saying, burning up. Look, they got motherfuckers drinking and shit. Niggas sitting on chairs and shit, taking the furniture out. You motherfucking scallywags, invaders. This is part of the history. Them burning this motherfucker down. New York draft riots. Y'all done burnt down the goddamn orphan school? The color orphan school because of some drafts? Look at this shit. They was doing this shit in multiple cities. Burning shit up. Look at this shit. And what they say about Captain Jeremiah, good firefighting ass. Thomas Jeremiah. Here's the school. Here's a depiction of it. And I was reading some articles, and motherfuckers like, ain't no school. The school gone. It burnt up. Them niggas didn't have no school. Yeah, all right. Watch this, though.
Could have been part of the last video because in a way this is a direct continuation of that subject, but I think it's better that we go ahead and do two different videos. It started to become apparent after the research for the last video that many of these asylums have another name. You know how at the very early history of many of these mental institutions, some of them actually started as prisons that had flooded with many who were mentally ill, and eventually the inmates were told to build their own hospital. At least that's how the story goes. But the point is that at some point, these prisons and mental institutions were essentially one. And the same could be said for the orphanages. Many of these asylums were also orphan homes. They have different names for them. Sometimes they call it orphan asylums, foundling hospitals, and oddfellow homes. This is where the story gets even deeper. These homes were funded and owned by a Masonic lodge known as the Oddfellows. These people play a major role in the reset program during the early 1800s, and it was done under the name of philanthropy, but if you look at some of their symbols and the people behind this, we can begin to suspect that maybe their intentions weren't so benign. Interestingly, this was brought up when we looked into Spring Grove in Maryland. Many of these hospitals were funded by this organization. The Independent Order of Oddfellows, IOOF, is a non-political and non-sectarian international fraternal order of odd fellowship. It was founded in 1819 by Thomas Wilde in Baltimore, Maryland, United States, but it evolved from the Order of Oddfellows, founded in England during the 1700s. I don't know, that just kind of seems weird to me, but these people and their whole mission was to educate the orphans.
This is James. James left his 9-to-5 job and is now making over $50,000 a month online. James is implementing a 2-part system that requires zero experience, gets him results fast, and didn't require massive out-of-pocket expenses. And the best part about James and that $50K, it's coming in monthly.
Okay, so let's take a look at some of these Oddfellow buildings. These are essentially orphanages, and they have lodges as well. And it's the same thing. It's the same constant theme that you see with some of these other asylums. Basically castles, right? And who are these people? There's another castle. Who are these Oddfellows with all these symbols, and they have these nice suits and they're all prepared in these cities? But who are these Oddfellows? Are basically a secret order, and I saw this cool website that basically was an artwork done with all their symbols and some prominent Oddfellows and Freemasons, but this is basically another order that is associated with these asylums and orphanages. So if we come down, he was listing some of the people in here. You have the vice president. You have the president in here. You have Albert Pike. So who were these people, and why, do we not hear about them as much as the Freemasons, right? And I find it strange that they try to say that they're all for friendship, love, and truth, right? As if this is just some charitable organization, but then you come and you look at some of their symbols. I mean, what's going on? We have the eye, we have the fasces. At this point, at the age of 14, Wilde went to live with an uncle. After he had 9 years of schooling, he became an apprentice to a maker of coach springs. He joined the British Oddfellows in 1804. Right? So they train a child to join this fraternity, and if you're the right choice, you continue the cycle. So when Wilde immigrated to America in 1817, the British were still unpopular in the States because of the War of 1812. And that year, Baltimore was suffering both from yellow fever epidemic and mass unemployment. I find it weird that they feel the need to bring this up again. It's like all these organizations and structures are being founded during this 1812 time, and so they even admit that this outside organization infiltrating Maryland is basically unpopular. Are the Oddfellows some type of British fraternity that was started in the early 1700s to facilitate the process of putting orphans through reset programming? So he comes to America, puts out an advertisement, and on April 26, 1819, 4 men who responded to the advertisement formed the Independent Order of Oddfellows in North America, dedicating the order to achieve philanthropic goals. Other Englishmen who were Oddfellows had grouped in the states along the eastern seaboard, and Wilde gathered them all into the newly formed fraternity. He traveled widely to set up lodges in the most recently settled parts of the country. Now, it's not just that they bought these buildings, because that's one link that we have to this fraternity, but it's much harder to find what are the institutions that may have been funded by this very same fraternity, such as the asylums and colleges. See, when they say philanthropy, it really means they are capitalizing on their means of control and power. I just have a hard time believing that this random guy named Thomas came to America and just started one of the largest organizations to this day, and how did he get so wealthy if he was an orphan? These 5 people were responsible for funding many of these Oddfellow homes during this period, and they did so for free. I didn't really mention this earlier, but if you look at some of the symbols on the buildings, you can see royal Phoenician family symbology. This isn't just something that started from a small guild. This is another aspect that we need to understand, is that in the modern day, this has become mainstreamed like other groups similar to the Freemasons. Anyone can join nowadays, and they say it's just for love and, oh, this is just a fasces, and it means we need to stick together, you know? They make it sound all innocent because they probably really don't know.
We're definitely very, like, one of those, like, American secret societies that you hear about from the Gilded Age.
Oh, I am in. And to our surprise, their headquarters is in downtown Tuscola. The group sounds like something out of a movie, really.
They're called the Oddfellows, and their goal is to give back to their community. WCIA 3's Jessica Coons is here. Jessica, the Oddfellows have been around, it sounds like, for a long time.
Paul, they celebrate their 200th birthday in the U.S. next year, and while we're calling them a secret society, they actually do want you to know who they are, because they're working to make a difference. Up a steep staircase in downtown Tuscola, Oddfellows enter their secret meeting space.
Who goes there?
And this is where we give the password. That password gets you into this cavernous room. Ainsley Heilich and his business partner bought the building 7 years ago, and when they walked into this space, they didn't know what to think. Then they found out it used to house an Oddfellows Lodge dating all the way back to 1865.
We found all this great old regalia that was just hidden up in the crawl space, almost like national treasure. It's like you start down a path of like little breadcrumbs, and it just kind of ropes you in further and further, and here we are.
With 55 lodges in Illinois alone. Heilich brought back Tuscola's order 3 years ago. They focus on charity work. He says people crave being part of something bigger.
For a lot of people of my generation, we were raised on the internet, and we are seeking that.
Well, first we need to take a look at ghost or reset cities. There are many.
If you want to eat healthy and feel
It's all gonna come together.
your best, you gotta try Kachava.
Fuck out of here. Try these balls.
It's almost as if these. There are many photographs from the 1800s that should show heavily populated cities that seem to be completely empty. It's almost as if it's a total ghost town. What if the majority of these cities were already here, and then some event occurred that wiped large parts of the cities away? A lot of downtown areas are likely the result of this cataclysm. Many of the buildings not only have underground sections, but are only old brick up to a certain point before they are reconstructed with new materials. This would imply that the tops of these buildings were destroyed at some point, and it's more than just a few buildings that could have suffered a random fire. It's dozens, maybe even hundreds in nearly every city. The idea that this is a natural, cyclical reset is just as plausible as the idea that our very idea of nature is being manipulated by other humans for the sole purpose of mitigating human populations under the guise of acts of God or weather phenomena. A fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen, especially one whose cause or explanation is in question. A few photos of what this looked like, and let me ask you, does this really? If so, it has been purposefully hidden. So basically, Chicago was started in the 1830s, and there's a lot of weird stuff going on with Chicago. Like, the entire city was lifted up by a couple feet, and this was all done by private property owners with jacks, and they were lifting these huge buildings up off the ground because there was flooding due to these nearby swamplands. And I don't really buy that story at all, but on top of that, they tell us that there was this huge fire in 1870. This here is our key, as we have nothing else to go on. This is when Chicago became a ghost city and cleared out. We do have a few photos of what this looked like, and let me ask you, does this really look like just a simple fire? They literally tell us that this is the Great Fire that did all this damage because a cow kicked over a lantern and set fire to a barn, right? So even the photos in the early 1900s look kind of weird and empty, and don't get me wrong, you can find photos of Chicago populated in the 1900s, but it's like 1906, 1910. This is after the city was repopulated. Before 1870s, you will not see densely populated city photos, which is strange because they completely possess the ability to take these photos, so why didn't they? It also wasn't just dependent on long exposure capture either, as other methods were already being developed, such as Thompson's revolver camera of 1862. The revolver photographique was patented in 1862 and made by a Parisian, automatically removed. Now, New York was one of the first cities to be reset in America, as it was possibly one of the largest settlements of the Tartarians at the time. The city was most likely taken over right before the early 1800s. If we look at how it was depicted in the 1870s, we can see that it should be almost overpacked at this point, and even some of the engravings at this time show it to be very dense streets, but when we look at photos from around the 1870s time period, we really don't see that much on the streets. Yes, if you look at the 1900s photos, you'll see lots of people, but if you look just a little bit earlier, there are many photos shot during the day that show streets completely empty. At this time, probably not as much as they tell us, but just look at all these buildings. You would think buildings this large, we would see way.
Alright, man. Enough of him. Where are we going from here? Oh, yeah. We're going to go to... What's this? Peace to the tribes. If you're just not tuning in, man, appreciate you. Make sure you go check out Black Slave Owners, our last live stream. It was pretty lit. Enough of all that. Because there's something. We'll get to them. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that too. We could X out of Jeremiah. No, I'm gonna stay on there, man. I gotta do some more research on, bro. We'll X out of that. Oh, it's all gonna come together, man. Because all this should go with this. Yep. Alright. Let's go to this. Because you know the land was invaded. You know there was a lot of scallywags, children over here. Whole lot of insane asylums. Whole lot of motherfuckers setting shit on fire. Whole lot of convicts coming in here by the tens of thousands.
I'd like to briefly break down the history of Richmond from shortly before the Civil War to the decades directly after the war, while at the same time, I'd like to focus on the oldest known photographs of Richmond, Virginia that I could find. For at least 1 century, until the year 1609, the hill that overlooked the James River that would later become Richmond was at first the castle-like home of Para Hunt, the chief and leader of the Powhatan tribe. This is described in detail on the 1608 John Smith map. The first contact with Para Hunt and the Powhatan, and indeed with the city that would become Richmond, would occur in the year 1607, shortly after English captain Christopher Newport landed and settled on Jamestown Island. On May the 22nd of that year, Newport and his men first made contact with Chief Parahunt. Newport, upon hearing about the Powhatan's constant struggles with a local tribe, decides to aid Parahunt and the Powhatan. Gabriel Archer describes this meeting in great detail. Newport and his men are invited to Parahunt's castle, also known as Parahunt's Tower, which is located on the top of the hill. Archer records that there are 12 homes atop the hill, all connected, with Parahunt's Tower being the largest and most robust. In the open land atop the hill is planted wheat, tobacco, pumpkins, gourds, hemp, maize, and flax. By the year 1609, John Smith arrived to Jamestown Falls with a group of 120 men under Francis West. At first reluctant, Parahunt and the Powhatan eventually warmed up to John Smith, and this is where you get the Disney story of Pocahontas. John Smith brought with him Eastern technologies, and eventually John Smith felt confident enough in his relationship with the Powhatan to make an offer to purchase the falls and Parahunt's Tower. While Parahunt reluctantly agreed, according to this narrative, it seems most of the Powhatan did not understand or honor this agreement. Smith's attempts to extend the fort failed due to harassment by the Powhatan. The brother of Francis West would return to the falls the following year, but again he would face backlash and would not be able to extend the fort. No attempts were made to extend or settle Richmond or the falls or extend the fort until after the Native American Massacre of 1622. Now, take this next part of the history with a grain of salt, because always history seems to be written by those who ended up owning the history or settling that area. So obviously the European explorers came into Jamestown and came into the area that would become Richmond, and they eventually took it over. So they wrote this history, but we're told in the current narrative, on March the 22nd of 1622, the Powhatan, who for the decade previously were not communicating with the English, then decided to march to the English camp of the Virginia colony. And here, the Powhatan claimed they were ready to trade and assist the English once again. They were looking to rekindle that friendship. In this narrative, it continues by telling us that the English were taken back by this, but they invited the unarmed Powhatan into their homes. As more and more waves of Powhatan began to arrive to the English settlement in the Virginia colony, the mood quickly changed, and we're told that the Powhatan then disarmed the Englishmen and eventually rounded them up and basically slaughtered them. We are told, and this is pretty ridiculous in this narrative, but the numbers we're given is that 1/4 of the entire population of the Virginia colony, of the European settlers in the area, the Englishmen in the area, lost their lives on that day. So that's really crazy, because it's not just in the area of the falls, and it's not just in the entire population of the Virginia, rounded them up and basically slaughtered them. We are told, and this is pretty ridiculous in this narrative, but the numbers we're given is that 1/4 of the entire population of the Virginia colony, of the European settlers in the area, the Englishmen in the area, lost their lives on that day. So that's really crazy, because it's not just in the area of the falls, and it's not just in the area of Richmond, but we're told in the entire Virginia colony, 1/4 of that entire population in 1622 was lost by the massacre. From here, we get into the development of the settlement of Richmond and how it turns into this great city and becomes the capital of Virginia and then the capital of the Confederacy during the Civil War. And as I discuss this, we've already begun to dive into some photographs of Old World Richmond and some of the aftermath photographs of the different destruction of architecture during the Civil War. But let's get into these details a little bit, and then we'll dive into these photographs together. But in the year of 1673, William Byrd was officially granted the lands that would become Richmond, and he began to try to create a positive relationship with the Powhatan. His son, William Byrd II, would take over this land in the early 1700s. Now, around this time, the population of Richmond was below 200 people, but this is when the Virginia House of Burgesses passed the Warehouse Act, basically bringing tobacco to the world, to the masses, for the first time, while also requiring that all the tobacco in the Virginia colony be graded and checked for quality. The fine tobacco growth out of Richmond led to the area growing rapidly, and by 1737, William Mayo received word that the land of the falls of James River would be donated to Virginia by William Byrd II. Mayo would then go on to design the first street plan of Richmond, and by 1741, the name Richmond was chosen, and this is around the same time as the first Church of England, the Henrico Parish Church, would open its doors in Richmond. During the Second Virginia Convention, in the year 1775, Patrick Henry delivered his famous "Give me liberty or give me death" speech from St. John's Church in Richmond, Virginia. Virginia then changed its state capital to Richmond in the year of 1782. Thomas Jefferson was Virginia's governor during the Revolutionary War, and he would also go on to design and help lay the cornerstone for the first Virginia state capital. As we look into this history a little bit more and we begin to wonder about this architecture and why it was all destroyed during the Civil War, we have facts like the oldest Masonic Hall in America that is still in use today, that survived the war, was built in Richmond in 1785. By the year 1800, Richmond was one of the most rapidly growing cities in the South, fueled by decades of slave trade. Between 1800 and 1865 alone, it is believed that well over 300,000 people were sent through Richmond to be sold and shipped to other parts of the country. Astonishingly, as we look at those numbers, is the fact that the population of Richmond in the year 1801 was less than 6,000 people. Now, continuing with this narrative, we're told the first Bank of Richmond and the first Bank of Virginia was created and opened in 1804. The first Library of Richmond arose in 1806. The first stagecoach lines connecting the city to the greater routes of America opened in 1812, and the first regular steamboat service began serving Richmond in 1815. In 1816, construction commenced on the very first Richmond City Hall, and by 1830, the Industrial Revolution hit Richmond. We are told horse-drawn railroad lines were created by 1831, and coal deposits and mines were discovered and created in 1833. Also in 1833, the most important portion, I believe, of pre-Civil War history occurred in Richmond. That is the opening of the Tredegar Iron Works. This ironworks would go on to be the largest in the entire South and the third largest in all of America, literally providing the South with great portions of its armor and ammunitions during the Civil War. With fire, destroying land in Richmond, evacuation in the Civil War to attack Fort Sumter and works, as mentioned earlier, was enough reason to make Richmond, Virginia, the capital of the Confederacy. Amongst the achievements not often discussed is the world.
Alright, I had to get some screenshots because everybody want to goddamn, yeah, man. Appreciate your help with that motherfucking goddamn bot, son, baby. What the fuck? But you gotta just report them motherfuckers. Just report them for what the fuck they is. Don't put them on timeout. Report their ass. Report them or block them. Goddamn, we do block somebody. I forgot. We block the bots. I just don't want to be moving too fast and block nobody. Shit, maybe I did, goddamn, accidentally block, bruh. Shit, where these motherfucking bots in here? I digress. Let's pull up these photos because we keep looking at these pictures and we're asking ourselves, what happened to the buildings? What happened to the buildings? Cataclysmic events. No motherfucking cataclysmic events. We just seen the nigga with the big ass cannon on that motherfucker. Don't you see all these goddamn big ass cannonballs sitting right here? Here, let me make it easier for you. Man, he got these motherfuckers stacked up. Hold on, man. Let me get you another picture. Let's see some more. Where I caught some more at. Look at these motherfucking cannonballs, nigga. What the fuck? Hold on, man. Let me see if I can zoom in. The fuck? That's what happened to the buildings, nigga. And they finna stack them up, reuse them. Got them scallywags reusing them. Look at all them rounds, nigga, they was dumping in our buildings, nigga. Fuck you mean, what happened to the buildings? That's what I be saying, these motherfuckers be having access to these pictures. Look at this shit. I had to screenshot this shit and goddamn. Stacks, bro. Caught they ass. Caught they ass, bro. Look at that shit. That's what happened to the buildings, nigga. Motherfuckers acting slow.
World's first ironclad battleship was created for the Confederacy in Richmond, Virginia, at the Tredegar Iron Works, where over 723 tons of iron plating was crafted for this achievement. For the remainder of this video, I'd just like to go over the slew of different photographs I found of the
So just a little news flash, the word employee didn't even exist until 1850. All right? Niggas didn't have no jobs. Motherfuckers were slaves. But the thing about these, here, let's type this in. The thing about these orphanages and these kids, bro. These kids in these insane asylums. First off, this I also learned recently, and this is why these people. They had a double win with taking these kids. All right, let's see. Because the dude spoke of the head right system. All right, put some bows and arrows in the chat if you know what the head right system is. And I'm gonna take a look. Anybody know? Okay, tried and true know what it is. All right, well, we about to learn some shit. I just learned about it. Hold on, let me try to get rid of some of these motherfuckers. I can't even click on them now. Fuck them. All right, well, some niggas don't know, so we're going to put them on game. The head right system began in the colony of Jamestown in 1618 as an attempt to solve the labor shortages due to the advent of... Now, we know this is straight hijacking. Ain't no fucking labor shortage because y'all fucking stealing kids, goddamn, and shipping motherfucking convicts over here by the 10,000. If you need primary sources for that, viewer, you can go watch Black Slave Owners, our last video. It says the disproportion that existed between the amount of land available and the population led to a situation with a low supply of labor. See, they want to turn our shit into a whole motherfucking factory. You know what I'm saying? That's what Barbados was. It was a factory. The whole shit was supposed to be a factory. The disproportion that existed between the amount of land available and the population led to a situation with a low supply of labor, resulting in the growth of indentured servitude and slavery. We already know what that is. The head right system, now pay attention if this is new to you, also served to attract new settlers. Settlers who had already been living in Virginia were each given 2 head rights of 50 acres. What the fuck is that? Make sure I gotta go get my stick, man. Hold on.
I'm ready.
How can black people rise up and overcome?
How can they rise up and overcome? Oh, can they?
That is correct.
Respect, but this is business that needs to be taken care of, you know. Slap on the back is all fine and dandy. Yeah. But it needs promotion. It needs promotion. It needs, yeah. Big tip. Are you laughing, biatch? You find it funny? You find it funny?
My bad. Piece of drops. All right. The head right system also served to attract new settlers. Settlers who had already been living in Virginia were each given 2 head rights of 50 acres. Immigrant colonists who paid for their passage were given 1 head right. And individuals would subsequently receive 1 head right each time they paid for the passage of another individual. Okay? Now, what the fuck is it, man? Oh, maybe it's over here. What year is this? Where we at? Try to keep shit together. It's 1618. All right. So, just to let y'all know, and that's crazy because we just learned on the last live stream, 1618 is the first time they got the motherfucking documented as being spirited away, where a motherfucker done took with a motherfucker from England and goddamn brought they scallywag ass over here. So this is why these motherfuckers was bringing all these kids over here, bro. Because they getting head rights for them. So they getting land for these kids. Because these kids can't make no contracts. It said this last mechanism increased the division between the wealthy landowners and the working poor. This last mechanism increased the division between the wealthy landowners and the working poor. Head rights were given to head of households, and because 50 acres were accumulated for each member of the household, families had an incentive to make the passage to the colonies together. Okay?
It was the definitive trail map of the American West at mid-century, mid-19th century. Brigham Young bought a dozen copies of the brand new map of Texas, Oregon, and California before he hit the trail, the 1,300-mile path that would come to be called the Mormon Trail. In 1846, before roads, before the railroads even, this was the map that showed you every way you could get out west. The Oregon Trail, the Lewis and Clark route, the Santa Fe Trail, the Great Spanish Trail, they're all here in accurate, thorough detail. The map showed the high pass through the Sierras,
the way the first gold diggers went in 1846 and 47 to find the place that started the Great Gold Rush of 1848 and 49. And of course, it showed the Great Salt Lake. When he came up and over the Wasatch Range and first set his eyes on the lake in 1847, Brigham Young said, "This is the right place." Now the map has been reproduced, perfectly recreated, and can be had at discoveryeditions.com. See it with your own eyes. Rediscover it for yourself.
Is this it? This is the Mormon migration map from 1830 to 1851. All right.
Asked where he got the plates, he answered, Moroni, who deposited the plates in the hill in Manchester, Ontario County, New York, being dead and raised again therefrom, appeared unto me, and told me where they were, and gave me directions on how to obtain them. I obtained them, and the Urim and Thummim with them, by means of which I translated the plates, and thus came the Book of Mormon. In History of the Church, Volume 1, pages 183 and 184, is recorded Oliver Cowdery's speech to the Delaware Indians. Here is a portion thereof. This book, which contained these things, was hid in the earth by Moroni in a hill called by him Cumorah, which hill is now in the state of New York, near the village of Palmyra in Ontario County. In Mormon chapter 6, verse 6, we read, And it came to pass when we gathered in all our people in one to the land of Cumorah, behold, I, Mormon, began to be old, and knowing it to be the last struggle of my people, and having been commanded of the Lord that I should not suffer the records which had been handed down by our fathers, which were sacred, to fall into the hand of the Lamanites, for the Lamanites would destroy them. Therefore I made this record out of the plates of Nephi, and hid up in the hill Cumorah all the records which had been entrusted to me by the hand of the Lord, save it were these few plates which I gave unto my son Moroni. Altogether in this room more plates than probably many wagons. There was a large table that stood in the room. Under this table there was a pile of plates as much as 2 feet high, and there were altogether in this room more plates than probably many wagon loads. They were piled up in the corners and along the walls. The first time they went there, the sword of Laban hung upon the wall. But when they went again, it had been taken down and laid upon the table a neck of land. Then President of the Quorum of the 12 wrote concerning 2 Cumorahs. Within recent years, there has arisen among certain students of the Book of Mormon a theory to the effect that within the period covered by the Book of Mormon, the Nephites and Lamanites were confined almost within the borders of the territory comprising Central America and the southern portion of Mexico, the Isthmus of Tehuantepec probably being the narrow neck of land spoken of in the Book of Mormon rather than the Isthmus of Panama. This modernistic theory of necessity, in order to be consistent, must place the waters of Ripley-Ancum and the hill Cumorah someplace within the restricted territory of Central America, notwithstanding the teachings of the church to the contrary for upwards of 100 years. Because of this theory, some members of the church and fountains. Moreover, the prophet Joseph, to believe that such men as Oliver Cowdery obtained the place of weight, it is difficult for a reasonable person. Moreover, the prophet Joseph Smith himself is on record definitely declaring the present hill called Cumorah to be the exact hill spoken of in the Book of Mormon. Further, the fact that all of his associates from the beginning down have spoken of it as the identical hill where Mormon and Moroni hid the records must carry some weight. It is difficult for a reasonable Smith obtained the plates as the hill Cumorah, the spot where the prophet Orson Pratt. Difficult for a reasonable Harley P. Pratt, Orson Pratt, David Whitmer, and many others could speak frequently of the spot where the prophet Joseph Smith obtained the plates as the hill Cumorah and not be corrected by the prophet if that were not the fact. That they did speak of this hill in the days of the prophet in this definite manner is an established record of history. President Smith went on to quote the Messenger and Advocate of July 1835, pages 58 and 59. By turning to the 529th and 530th pages of the Book of Mormon, you will read Mormon's account of the last great struggle around this hill Cumorah. In this valley fell the remaining strength and pride of a once powerful people, the Nephites, once so highly favored of the Lord, but at that time in darkness, doomed to suffer extermination by the hand of their barbarous and uncivilized brethren. Once so highly favored of the Lord, but at that time in darkness, doomed to suffer extermination by the hand of their barbarous and uncivilized brethren. From the top of this hill, Mormon, with a few others after the battle, gazed with horror upon the mangled remains of those who the day before were filled with anxiety, hope, or doubt. A few had fled to the south, who were hunted down by the victorious party, and all who would not deny the Savior and his religion were put to death. Mormon himself, according to the record of his son Moroni, was also slain. But a long time previous to this national disaster, it appears from his own account, he foresaw approaching destruction. In fact, if he perused the record of his fathers, which were in his possession, he could have learned that such would be the case. Alma, who lived before the coming of the Messiah, prophesied this. He, however, by divine appointment, abridged from these records in his own style and language a short account of the more important and prominent items. From the days of Lehi to his own time, after which he deposited, as he says on the 529th page, all the records in this same hill Cumorah, and after gave his small record to his son Moroni, who it appears from the same finished after witnessing the extinction of his people as a nation.
It remains the West's most tragic episode of the wrong people in the wrong place at the wrong time. Just days after the declaration of martial law, an immigrant company of 150 men, women, and children entered the Utah Territory. They were led by the Baker and Fancher families. They insisted on crossing the territory, north to south, to take the warm weather route to California.
They were a combination of Missourians and Arkansas people. And that was one more red flag for the Mormons, because the Missourians had driven the Mormons out of their state at a great loss because the Missourians had driven the Mormons out of their state at a great flag for the Mormons, because the Missourians had driven the Mormons out of their state at a great loss of property and
Head writes, after paying for the passage of an individual to make it to the colonies, one needed to obtain a patent. One needed to obtain a patent for the land. Fuck. After paying for the passage of an individual to make it to the colonies, one needed to obtain a patent for the land. First, the governor or local county court had to provide a certificate that certified the validity of the importation of a person. One would then select the land one desired and have an official survey made. The two basic surveying instruments used, blah, blah, blah. The patent's claimant would then take the description of this land to the colony's secretary, who created the patent to be approved by the governor. Once a head right was attained, it was treated as a commodity and could be bought, sold, or traded. It could also be saved indefinitely and used at a later date. Eligibility. Individuals who could afford to do so would accumulate head rights by providing funds for poor individuals to travel to Virginia. That's why they bringing all these motherfucking badass kids over here from England, because they getting land off of them with their name, using the paperwork, finessing the paperwork. During the 17th century, the cost of transport from England to the colonies was about £6 per person. The system led to the development of indentured servitude, where poor individuals would become workers for a specified numbers of years and provide labor in order to repay the landowner who had sponsored their transportation to the colonies. Now, we know from our last bill, black slave owners, that meant 18 years if you were a girl and 21 years if you were a boy. The claimants to head rights could receive grants for men, women, and children, since anyone can become an indentured servant. Early documentation from Virginia Company seems to suggest that a landowner could receive a head right even if the indentured servant whose trip they sponsored did not make it to Virginia alive. You could throw that bitch off the boat. I just need her paperwork, need her name. Plantation owners benefited from the head right system when they paid for the transportation of imported slaves from Africa, of course. This, along with the increase in the amount of money required to bring indentured servants to the colonies, contributed to the shift towards slavery in the colonies until 1699. An enslaved person was worth a head right of 50 acres. According to records in the 1670s, over 400 enslaved people were used as head rights in Virginia. So what's that? 20,000 acres. This number increased in the 1680s and 1690s. Many families grew in power in colonies by receiving large tracts of lands when they imported enslaved people. For example, George Menifee purchased 60 enslaved people and received a total of 3,000 acres in 1638. In 1699, it was decided that head rights would only be granted to free citizens and that transporting indentured laborers or slaves would no longer a guarantor of land. According to the records, there was a large discrepancy between the number of head rights issued and the number of new residents in the colony. This gap may be explained by high mortality rates of people during their journey to the colonies. Oh, is that what happened? High mortality rate. Okay. So it don't even matter. You pay for their trip the whole nine. Once they get over here, they dead. You still they head right. So you don't need them no more. Now you could get the land.
Weather route to California.
They were a combination of Missourians and Arkansas people. And that was one more red flag for the Mormons, because the Missourians had driven the Mormons out of their state at a great loss of property and as well as life. Just before the Fancher train arrived in Salt Lake City, the Mormons in Salt Lake City received word that Mormon apostle Parley P. Pratt had been murdered by an Arkansas man in Arkansas. And so you have two states which in Mormon mind represented people who hated the Mormons and who had murdered the Mormons, now represented in this wagon train.
The Baker Fancher Party, footsore, hungry, was denied food and supplies under the martial law decrees of Brigham Young.
He then gives notice that no one is to trade with non-Mormons up and down the line. Save your harvest. Don't is to trade with.
Denied food and supplies under the martial law decrees of Brigham Young.
He then gives notice that no one is to trade with non-Mormons up and down the line. Save your harvest. Don't trade. We need it all. Tough times are ahead.
As the company moved through the territory towards the southern settlements, they lashed out at the Mormons.
And even boasted that once they got to California, they had been treated so poorly by the Mormons as they were coming through the Utah area. They said, when we get to California, we're going to urge that they attack you from the California side, too.
War councils were held in the Mormon settlements of Parowan and Cedar City. The Baker-Fancher party was viewed as a threat. A decision was made, and a writer was sent to inform Brigham Young. In the first week of September, the Baker-Fancher party had pulled into a high pasture along the old Spanish Trail. It was called simply the Mountain Meadows, and it had been a favorite resting spot of Parley Pratt when he traveled the area. On September 7th, the camp was fired on by Indians and militiamen disguised as Indians. The siege lasted for 4 days. On September 7th, the camp was fired on by Indians and militiamen disguised as Indians. On September 7th, the camp was fired on by Indians and militiamen disguised as Indians. 7th, the camp was fired on by Indians and militiamen disguised as Indians. The siege lasted for 4 days. Indians. Disguised as Indians. Indians and militiamen 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 disguised as Indians. The siege lasted for 4 days. Then, representatives of the Mormon communities came forward with a white flag of truce, saying the Indian attack could be called off if the company would surrender their weapons, leave their possessions, and simply the company would surrender their weapons with a white flag of truce, saying the Indian attack could be called off if the
So now these motherfuckers dressing up like Indians and they attacking their own motherfucking people. They done went up with the flag like, well, we talked to the Indians and they said that they'll let y'all go, but we need all y'all guns, all y'all. Now this they people.
disguised as Indians. The siege lasted for 4 days, resting spot of Parley Pratt when he traveled the area. On September 7th, the camp was fired on by Indians and militiamen disguised as Indians. The siege lasted for 4 days. Then, representatives of the Mormon communities came forward with a white flag of truce, saying the Indian attack could be called off if the company would surrender their weapons. Saying the Indian attack could be called off if the company would surrender their weapons. Saying the Indian attack could be called off if the company would surrender their weapons, leave their possessions, and simply walk away. 17 small children were placed in a wagon. The wounded immigrants were placed in another. Then walked the women, and then the men in single file lines. Armed militiamen were on either side. A mile outside of the camp, a signal was given. Of the camp, armed militiamen were on either side. Armed militiamen were on either side. A mile outside of the camp, a signal was given. Within minutes, the only survivors of the Baker-Fancher party were the children. More than 100 people, including the wounded laying in the wagons, were dead. The next day, a rider barreled into Cedar City with an urgent message from Brigham Young.
Go with all speed. Spare no horseflesh. The emigrants must not be meddled with. If it takes all Iron County to prevent it, they must go free and unmolested. Brigham Young.
Isaac Haight, one of the leading figures of southern Utah, reportedly broke into tears.
No horseflesh.
Minutes, the only survivors of the Baker-Fancher party were the children. The only survivors of the Baker-Fancher party were the children. Survivors of the Baker-Fancher party were the children. The only survivors of the Baker-Fancher party were the children. More than 100 people, including the wounded laying in the wagons, were dead. The next day, a writer barreled into Cedar City with an urgent message from Brigham Young.
Go with all speed. Spare no horseflesh. The emigrants must not be meddled with. If it takes all Iron County to prevent it, they must go free and unmolested. Brigham Young.
Isaac Haight, one of the leading figures of southern Utah, reportedly broke into tears.
Too late. Too late.
Years later, John D. Lee, facing trial for what became known as the Mountain D. Lee, Years later, John D. Lee, facing trial for what became known as the Mountain Meadows Massacre, talked of the oath that bound those who had been on the killing field. Bound those known as the Mountain Meadows. John D. Lee, facing trial for what became known as the Mountain Meadows Massacre, talked of the oath that bound those who had been on the killing field.
From that day, this has been the understanding with all concerned in that massacre, that the man who divulged the secret should die. He was to be killed wherever he was found, for treason to the men who killed the immigrants. Wherever he was found, secret should die. Concerned in that massacre, that the man who divulged the secret should die. Massacre, that the man who divulged the secret should die. He was to be killed wherever he was found, for treason to the men who killed the immigrants and for his treason to the church. The orders to lay it on the Indians were just as positive as they were to keep it all secret. John D. Lee.
The story of an Indian massacre never held. Within weeks, the California
secret. John D. Lee.
The story of an Indian massacre never held. Within weeks, the California press was demanding vengeance. The story of an Indian massacre never held. Within weeks, the California press was demanding vengeance.
What effect the news of the Mountain Meadows massacre will have at Washington, it is hard to foresee. But we much mistake the character of President Buchanan and his cabinet if it does not lead speedily to such action as will cause that arch-traitor, Brigham Young, to repent of his temerity. The blood of American citizens cries for vengeance from the barren sands of the Great Basin.
I started studying this subject. That highway that just by sheer coincidence runs right over the massacre area. My source, everyone's source, is Carleton. This is a typewritten copy of the Carleton report.
Which led from city to city by ancient roads. One of the many ways to find where it is to look for the Nephite ancient roads. As Mormon wrote, there were many highways cast up, and many roads made, which led from city to city and from land to land. Mormon wrote, there were many to find where it is to look for the Nephite ancient roads. As Mormon wrote, there were many highways cast up, and many roads made, which
Incapacity contract law. Let's go back to this head right first for a second here. Fast forward because they changed it up. Boom, boom, boom. Eligibility, that's 1,700. Let's fast forward. Issues with the land. Boom, boom, boom. Homestead Acts. Here we go. This is what follows. Norwegian settlers in North Dakota in 1898 here. Norwegian, nigga. Everybody can have your shit. Motherfucking scallywags. Homestead Acts. Before we go to the Homestead Act, there's something that I think precedes that even. Come on, man, chill out. I'm about to wrap this up, you know what I'm saying? We got the goddamn day shift Indians coming through, so check this out. January 1776, Thomas Paine publishes a pamphlet, Common Sense, that argues for American independence. Most colonists consider themselves Britons, but Paine makes the case for a new American. Oh, shit. Europe, and not England, is the parent country of America. The New World hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil. See, all these motherfuckers is some protesting ass scallywags, because they all coming over here in bondage. Or they goddamn convicts. One or both. 1790, Congress passes first law about who should be granted U.S. citizenship. See, that's what this is all about. Without citizenship, non-white residents are denied basic constitutional protections, including the right to vote, own property, or testify in court. See, this is how they put you in a trick bag. This is how they put you in a trick bag. Let me go back. Homestead Acts were several laws in the United States by which an applicant could acquire ownership of government land or public domain, typically called a homestead, in all more than 160 million acres of public land, or nearly 10% of the total area of the United States, was given away for free to 1.6 million homesteaders. Most of the homesteaders were west of the Mississippi River. I know who y'all is. West of the Mississippi River. An extension of the homestead principle in law, the Homestead Acts were, chill out, man, expressions of the free soil policy of Northerners who wanted individual farmers to own and operate their own farms, as opposed to Southern slave owners who wanted to buy up large tracts of land and use slave labor, thereby shutting out free white farmers. See, because niggas is already rich and controlling shit. So you gotta really understand this shit to even get what's happening. Now listen, because here we are. Look at the timeline. The first of the acts, the Homestead Act of 1862, the first of the acts opened up millions of acres. Any adults who had never taken up arms against the federal government of the United States could apply. Women and immigrants who had applied for citizenship were eligible. That's why they flooding over here. Motherfucker giving you 50 acres, nigga, you think you gone. And you a convict, you over there motherfucker eating goddamn charcoal and stealing motherfucking gooseberries and shit. It says several additional laws were enacted in the latter half of the 19th and 20th centuries. Southern Homestead Act of 1866 sought to address the land ownership inequalities in the South during Reconstruction. And see, they had niggas so programmed that if I would have read that shit 20 years ago and I'm reading the land ownership inequalities, you thinking like, yeah, because the white people owned all the land. No, nigga. These motherfuckers is fighting to take your shit because you rich. What did this shit just say in this on motherfucking Wikipedia? In extension of the homestead principle in law, the Homestead Acts were an expression of the free soil policy of Northerners who wanted individual farmers to own and operate their own farms, as opposed to Southern slave owners, that's us, who wanted to buy up large tracts of land and use slave labor, thereby shutting out free white farmers. See, they got to say free white farmers because we got they other people in bondage. To all my Hebrew niggas, you missed the goddamn bus, nigga. We already had them in bondage. Slavery's over. You can make them goddamn cut your grass or something, though, if you're still in your feelings. Yeah. Bro, you know what so, now, see, that's why this shit go with the trains. And that's why it goes with the goddamn, we'll get to their numbers in a minute. It goes with the orphanage shit. Incapacity contract law. I just learned that because it just clicked in my mind like, bro, you know, I just realized the only motherfuckers they got over here is goddamn a whole bunch of motherfuckers. They don't have rights. They kids and motherfucking niggas. Where is the picture? It might be on my phone if I didn't download, but I could have swore I said I needed it for this bill. Let me see. Here. But you gotta see it, man. I'm gonna have to open my email. Hold on, let me show you something. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay, first, let's get to the law shit. Look at these motherfuckers. And goddamn 1775, goddamn Captain Jeremiah he must got these motherfuckers. He driving. He the Uber. It wasn't us. It wasn't us. These motherfuckers standing room only. It wasn't us. Let me go to my email real quick. Get this for you. So it's all about to come to a head right here, buddy. I had to, slowly, gradually let all the shit, get in your mind and shit, put all the pieces together, see who's who. So when you read that, you don't think that motherfuckers mad about the land ownership because we ain't got none. No, nigga, we got all the land, nigga. And we learned that in the last bill, black slave owners. Slavery's biggest secret. Here we go. Incapacity contract law, everything you need to know. It's upcouncil.com. Just some law site. Incapacity due to status. Incapacity can occur due to the status of the parties involved. For example, incapacity contract law is used when there is a question of the mental capacity of a party to a contract. When incapacity exists, the party is not eligible to enter into the contract. Incapacity due to status. Incapacity can occur due to the status of the parties involved. For example, aliens, defined as people who have gained citizenship in a country other than their own, can enter into contracts. However, if war breaks out between their new country and their country of origin, the contract is then void. All right? So if you lose the war, the contract's void. We're going to have to renovate. During imprisonment, convicts or prisoners were not allowed to enter into a contract. An insolvent person who is unable to pay debts cannot enter into a contract. Physicians from the Royal Medical College cannot enter into contracts with their patients. Baristas cannot enter into contracts with their clients. Incapacity can also occur in relation to the mental status of the person, for example. Mental deficiency can refer to persons under the age of 18 in Indian law and 21 in British law. At these ages, they are seen as lacking mental maturity and considered minors. Idiots is a medical term, suffer deficiencies from birth and are listed as having permanent incapacity. Now, you know what's crazy? Let me show you something. Free legal dictionary. Let's go to these free legal terms. Let's check out a legal term. And you can go over this while I take a little bathroom break. And you tell me if you knew that this was a legal term.
Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair?
Respect, but this is business that needs to be taken care of, you know. Slap on the back is all fine and dandy. Yeah. But it needs promotion. It needs promotion. It needs, yeah. Big to me. Are you laughing, biatch? You find it funny? You find it funny?
Let's get back to these guys. Everybody going west. So yeah, my mic, I didn't mute it because I just came and unmuted it. So if you didn't hear me, I don't know what the fuck going on. But the idiota inquiriendo law legal definition, this is having to do with the motherfucking, the idiot shit. Oh, this, I almost forgot to read that other shit to you. Oh, yeah. Let's check this shit out. Should we get to the numbers? Yeah, let's show you the numbers first. So you understand what's going on. So this is 2022. All right. Estimated Mormon population in Utah, 2 million. Over 67% of Utah total population is so-called Mormons, all right? Fucking Germans. Over 67%. But that's nothing. 2 million, that's light. It's 39 million in California. 27 million, almost damn near goddamn 28 million in Texas. 20 in Florida. 19 million in New York. These just the top numbers. I went to the whole website. Because these the motherfuckers that got 4 wives and goddamn 90 kids. And how many acres is they getting as they head rights? Talking about this the promised land. And then you goddamn killing every goddamn body on their way over there. So ain't nobody left but the motherfucking kids. Before, after. Now, this is an oath that they've been taking as part of being a Mormon. The law of vengeance required the temple patron to take an oath. The oath was to pray for vengeance of the death of Joseph Smith and Hiram Smith upon the United States of America. This oath contributed to the murders committed by Mormons at the Mountain Meadow Massacre. John D. Lee had this to say about the Mountain Meadow Massacre. I believed then, as I do now, that it was the will of every true Mormon in Utah at that time that the enemy of the church should be killed as fast as possible, and that as this lot of people had men amongst them that were supposed to have helped kill the prophets in Carthage jail, the killing of all of them would be keeping our oaths and avenging the blood of the prophets. These people, that's who burning our shit up. You and each of you do covenant and promise that you will pray and never cease to pray to Almighty God to avenge the blood of the prophets upon this nation, and that you will teach the same to your children and to your children's children until the third and fourth generations. The oath of vengeance remained part of the endowment ceremony until 1927, when it was edited out of the endowment. For 82 years, Mormons have taken a treasonous oath against the United States of America in their temples. The oath of vengeance is still in effect today because the oath requires them to teach the same to your children and to your children's children until the third and fourth generations. See, because by the third and fourth generations, goddamn, what's this nigga? James McCoon gonna be white. So these niggas got 4 bitches and goddamn 4 kids with each one of them, and these motherfuckers own the whole goddamn Mexico. They down there selling cookies to the cartel. We already seen that, tribe. Map to the promised land. That's what they call it. Come on, man, chill out. But see, these is all these motherfucking, these motherfuckers.
Yes, if you look at the
Ad for the come on. Matter of fact, this is what I got. Let's take a look at this. So, what I'm telling you is, based on incapacity contract law, them people in the insane asylum, they can't be in no contract. Them convicts, no contract. Kids, no contract. So who gonna get the land? The niggas smart enough to bring all the motherfuckers over here. Who got the money? Who gonna keep paying? Here, let me read you. I said I was gonna get out my email. Here, let me show you. I'm gonna show you. I can show you better than I can tell you. It's a picture. Look at these motherfuckers. I'm gonna say this. Get warmer. Fuck is it? A lot of shit to keep up with, tribe. Man, I got a whole bunch of new ass books, boy. I'm excited to read, though. I ain't even gonna count. Where is it? Nope. I think here it is. And this is another thing that helped me understand it, because it just wasn't making sense to me at first. It's like they done goddamn Freemasoned up the perfect motherfucking plan, to tell you the truth. and just rewriting history. So now this is, just so you know, it's all bullshit. I'll probably have to do the whole page. This is reasons for admission, 1864 to 1889. This is for the the asylums, the insane asylums. Let's just read some of these. Kicked in the head by a horse. You can be committed into an insane asylum, which would then lead you to be under incapacity contract law. Did you know that? If you got kicked in the head by a horse. This shit says hereditary predisposition. Oh, you're a nigga. Hereditary predisposition. What the fuck do you think that means? If you speak good English, you know what hereditary predisposition means. Your face is hereditary predisposition. It says ill treatment by husband. Marriage of a son. Masturbation and syphilis. Masturbation for 30 years. What the fuck is you talking about? So how long you been masturbating? Shit, since I was a kid. How old are you? 30? Oh yeah, we locking your ass up. Not since I was a baby. Just 20 years. Masturbation for 30 years. Lock you up. Menstrual deranged. I don't even know. Mental excitement. Nigga, you too excited. With your rich ass. Hyper ass, rich ass Indian, lock him up. This bitch said novel reading. Can y'all see this, bro? What the fuck? It's in alphabetical order. We're at novel reading. Man, put which one in if you can see that. Let's see if we can make it even bigger. Pause. Fill window. There we go. So you tell me, y'all niggas getting locked up. I'm gonna just keep it all the way a buck. I know the Indians. Ain't no way a nigga gonna skip off this list. Everybody in the live stream right now could get admitted into the insane asylum in 1864. And if you think you can't, then you're probably guilty of egotism, full of yourself, and we just gonna put you in an insane asylum anyway. So yeah, we got a few people in the chat. Go ahead and put your God damn, these motherfucking it ain't on here. I'm looking on the thing. Oh, it didn't refresh. Motherfucking bots was still on here, goddamn harassing me. Let me shout some people out, man. Grand Rising Tribe. Tribe. Algonquin, Virginia Empire. Lady Spade, Sean Israel. I'm seeing who knew. V. Cooper, 5'2", Celtic Indian Tribe. So yeah. All right, so this clearly shows you that this shit is bullshit. So that's why the streets was empty, goddamn. They locking niggas up in our own shit. So yeah, I'm still waiting for y'all, man. I'm gonna put it on the goddamn. It said caught reading on there, bro. Where it said? No, it didn't. Where it say caught reading, man? I know it probably did, because it say every dumb motherfucking thing on here. Say motherfucking epileptic fits, nigga. You got epilepsy, nigga. They put you in the insane asylum. What the fuck is time of life? Tobacco and masturbation. Nigga, you over there jacking off, smoking them Newports? Insane asylum. Insane asylum. Oh, jacking off ass nigga smoking them squares over there. Rich than a motherfucker. Cause you got all that property your daddy done gave you, all that land. Insane asylum. And then what happened? Incapacity contract law. And then what happened? Renovations. And they renovate. They renovate. They replace the old contract with a new contract. Before, after. Before, after. So that's why they got all these goddamn kids coming over here. So they can count their head to get some acres and get some land. They out there living in that shit right now. We just said 67% of Utah. Is that where they went? 1830 to 1851. It's mighty funny. All our shit is getting burnt up around the time these motherfuckers running around on tour. I said I was gonna look at this map, tribe, and goddamn see where these motherfuckers, see where these fires at. I bet it's a fire through every motherfucker city from New York to goddamn Utah. I bet it's a motherfucking fire. So, in other news, be careful with that deranged masturbation, man. We don't want to see you in no insane asylum. You know what I'm talking about? So yeah, these white boys, they gonna goddamn talk about these motherfucking orphan trains and insane asylums and all this shit for fucking ever, bro. And that shit had me baffled. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, okay, I get it. It's a play. What the fuck, nigga? You in the motherfucking lunatic asylum. What this shit say? Let me get this out the screen so you can see this shit. It's the New York. Nigga, you in the lunatic asylum. You a motherfucking lunatic. Boy, you think a motherfucker don't need to renovate your motherfucking property, nigga? And you in the lunatic asylum? Hey, my nigga. Bro, they locking niggas up for being greedy. Greediness. Grief. Oh, you crying? I don't know what the fuck Salvation Army mean. Maybe that mean your clothes, nigga. I don't know. Maybe you got your clothes from the Salvation Army. This motherfucker say asthma. Niggas with asthma. Lunatic asylum. Funniest right after the war, 1864 to 1889. Same time they burning shit up. They was just burning up the orphan school. And what's crazy, nigga, you finna get locked up for masturbating, and if you tell them you didn't masturbate, you finna get locked up for suppressed masturbation. Did you want to? Maybe sometimes, but I didn't. Oh yeah, suppressed masturbation. Life. Lock him up. Oh no, he legally insane. He in a goddamn lunatic asylum. And then these goddamn kids, they ain't gonna remember shit. They all fucked up. These motherfuckers convicts and orphans. They're gonna look at your temples. And they gonna hate your family, your love, your life, all that shit you got. And they gonna goddamn load that motherfucking cannon up. Fire that bitch up. But see, it's a whole nother. Here. It's another bill go with this. Still, you know, this should have never ended the story, man, when it comes to all this lying these motherfuckers been doing. Yeah, the oath of vengeance. They took an oath of vengeance when the motherfuckers killed Joseph Smith. Blood doctrine. They take blood oaths. That's because they Freemasons. It said they took a, what it say? Their blood oath was blood atonement for one. And it says depicted a willingness to have one's throat cut from ear to ear should the participant reveal certain portions of the sacred rituals or fail to keep the promise given during the washing and anointing ordinances. That's just Freemasonry. Who's this guy? Truman O. Angel. Scallywag on site. Born 1810, Rhode Island. Died in Utah. Let's see who he was. An American architect. Oh, really? Isn't that something? Now, how the fuck did they just goddamn go across the whole goddamn Oregon Trail? And now this nigga done made it to Utah. He an architect. You know why he an architect? Because he renovated your motherfucking buildings. An American architect who served many years as the official architect of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the brother-in-law of Brigham Young. He was a member of the Vanguard Company of Mormon pioneers that entered Salt Lake Valley on July 24th, 1847. He designed Salt Lake Temple, which is a whole motherfucking lie. The Lion House, the Beehive, all this stolen shit. Hold on, let me show you what he designed. So you know he didn't. He's a motherfucking liar. More stolen shit. Official architect. Goddamn scallywag. Now look. Now. So let's just play it out. Head right? One motherfucker. This nigga got 2 wives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kids. That's 9 motherfuckers, right? Oh, he got some other motherfuckers he done paid to get over here. Oh, I bet he rich. I bet he own half motherfucking Utah right now. Off them free acres he done got. Off of head rights. So now you understand what I mean by it. You motherfucking goddamn bots keep harassing a nigga. Block. Refresh. I ain't refreshing shit. Now, he Brigham Young's brother-in-law. Matter of fact, isn't... Whiteheads. Brigham City. He was in the Indian Affairs. This is Bureau in the U.S. Department of the Interior, Indian Affairs. They still all in the mix of shit. BIA. The facility is located next to the Bureau's largest Indian school, Intermountain, at the south edge of Brigham City, Utah. White most recently served as BIA Education Assistant Area Director in Alaska on the central office staff in Washington, D.C. The new director is a graduate of Brigham Young University, Utah State University, blah, 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 blah. Because I was reading a book where the nigga, that John D nigga told on him. And he in the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They wanted their own land called Deseret. Look, the Utah Territory was created by Congress as part of the Compromise of 1850, and as colonizers and founder of Salt Lake City, Young was appointed the territory's first governor and superintendent of American Indian Affairs by President Millard Fillmore on February 3rd, 1851. They know what they're doing? The majority of Young's teachings are contained in the 19 volumes transcribed, blah, blah, blah. Mormonism and polygamy. Portrait of Ira Eldridge with his three wives, Nancy Black Eldridge, Hannah Maria Savage Eldridge, and Helvig. German like a motherfucker. Helvig. Helvig, where are you? So he done got all the land from all these motherfuckers. That's why they on this old polygamy shit. They been finessing out the gate. Because they came over here as part of a motherfucking niggas fucking up the goddamn community ass shit. Oh, odd ass niggas. Way back in the day. What this shit, man? Well, what's with the fucking ass, dog? So now we're gonna run it back. 360.
Old world buildings built by prior civilization that were then lunatics. And they say this is due to the Civil War. And the last Terry explained, these were built because there was a rise in sickness and lunatics. And they say this is due to the Civil War and yellow fever. As we covered, this narrative doesn't really make sense, and it's much more likely that these were old world lunatics. And they say this is due to the Civil War and yellow fever. As we covered, this narrative doesn't really make sense.
Giving you more of what you hoping for. You ain't hoping in the Lord, huh? You hoping in vain, material, superficial shit. That's why you can't see me, house niggas.
That these were old world buildings built by a prior civilization that were then turned into reset programming facilities by the inheritors. Now, this video could have been part of the last video because sometimes they call it orphan asylums, foundling hospitals, and oddfellow homes. This is where the story gets even deeper. These homes were funded and owned by a Masonic lodge known as the Oddfellows. These people play a major role in the reset program during the early 1800s, and it was done under the name of philanthropy, but if you look at some of their symbols and the people behind this, we can begin to suspect that maybe their intentions weren't so benign. And that these children's parents weren't able to take care of them, but I mean, look at this building. How many orphans did they have at a colored orphanage? The story is as they tell. Managers believe that separating children from their parents once and for all, their children play or share contagious diseases spread rapidly with many children grimy, stained clothes, giving us so much money to build these massive structures, right? I mean, look at some of these orphan asylums. They are very wealthy people who built these structures. So if the story is as they tell us, and they built these structures, why do they not have enough money to properly take care of the orphans? I mean, they basically got rid of orphanages in the modern day. I mean, just think about it. Why do they have so many orphanages back then and they're basically non-existent now? Does that make any sense? This wasn't limited to just the United States, as you see these all over Europe as well. There was this need to begin to move massive amounts of people to new locations, possibly for the purpose of causing identity crisis so that they would never know of their true history. We need to realize that these asylums got rid of orphanages in the modern day. I mean, just think of new locations, possibly for the purpose of causing identity crisis so that they would never know of their true history. You type in orphan asylums. This wasn't limited to just the United States, as you see these all over Europe as well. There was this need to begin to move massive amounts of people to new locations, possibly for the purpose of causing identity crisis so that they would never know of their true history. We need to realize that these asylum buildings were also orphanages. That's why when you type in orphan asylums, you see the exact same structures. Not only were these mental institutions, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there was this rise in orphans. I really don't buy the mainstream story because many of these orphans were taken advantage of and put to work. So there's so much to this beyond just the stolen buildings aspect, but it's strange, right? Why the need to combine asylums and orphanages? I found this article called The Victorian Orphan Asylums, the Real Story, that spoke about how many of these orphanages were owned by wealthy donors who would donate in an effort to receive good publicity. The writer looks at old newspapers such as the Illustrated London News and discovers that they published articles in 1850 portraying asylum activities as fun and joyous, showing fireworks as if everyone was having a fun time, yet the real conditions in the background were the orphans were not getting fed and many were suffering from sickness. I was looking at some of these old photos and I started to see a trend with what's called colored orphanages. There's this engraving talking about how there were riots in New York at a colored orphanage, and the story is that this was a mob of around 1,000 people who decided to go and destroy this orphanage and everything in it, including the children's clothes. And I saw this article talking about this for Black History Month, and they were looking at this from a negative light, as if these people came in and destroyed this charitable organization that was doing a good deed, but I suspect that something else was going on at these orphanages, and some of the remaining survivors of the old world started realizing this, and so they fought back. Of course, the media covered this only from the perspective that benefited their sponsors, but as I kept looking, I realized that these colored orphanages were a big deal. And this is what was called the Colored Orphan Asylum, which was started in 1836 in New York, just around this period of the reset. So here we go again, we have the orphan asylum connection along with the old world buildings. Except in this case, we have this focused on the Black population. Of course, the mainstream explanation is that this has to do with slavery and that these children's parents weren't able to take care of them, but I mean, look at this building. How many orphans did they have, and why was this considered to be an asylum as well? It's because it was a reprogramming center, and there were multiple of these. The specific one was just around this period of the reset. So here we go again, we have the orphan asylum connection along with the old world buildings. Except in this case, we have this focused on the Black population. Of course, the mainstream explanation is that this has to do with slavery and that these children's parents weren't able to take care of them, but I mean, look at this building. How many orphans did they have, and why was this considered to be an asylum as well? It's because it was a reprogramming center, and there were multiple of these. The specific one was supposedly rebuilt as well. Now, this colored orphan asylum was run by white Quakers, I believe, but not all of them were like this. And the Quakers actually started another one called the Thomas Asylum for Orphans and Destitute Indian Children. There's the Howard Colored Orphan Asylum, which was led by African Americans and has a very similar story. I know that many of these organizations seem to have good intentions, but I'm just questionable. I mean, look at some of these old newspapers. They were overcrowded and they wanted to make sure that they were good citizens. I don't know, this just seems super suspicious to me. And why are they called asylums? Mental training facilities. There's also the John Hopkins Colored Orphanage, and look at this place, it's another freaking castle. These are what they call orphan asylums, and I just think it's weird that they have these specifically for colored peoples. I should mention that I've seen several photos with white children at these facilities as well, so not sure how strict they are with it being just black children, but they really had these colored orphanages in every major city. Some of the buildings are not as large as the main orphan asylum buildings, but they had this for every race, and since there were so many blacks in America due to them being here already, they needed orphanages specifically for color. And look at this place, it's another freaking castle. These are what they call orphan asylums, and I just think it's weird that they have these specifically for colored peoples. I should mention that I've seen several photos with white children at these facilities as well, so not sure how strict they are with it being just black children, but they really had these colored orphanages in every major city. Some of the buildings are not as large as the main orphan asylum buildings, but they had this for every race, and since there were so many blacks in America due to them being here already, they needed orphanages specifically for colored peoples. There were also facilities for the Native American tribes, and mainstream history is pretty open about those being re-education camps designed to separate them from their families and traditions, so House of Commons resolved that all children offered should be received, that local receiving places should be recently cleared cities. So in 1756, the House of Commons resolved that all children offered should be received, that local receiving places should be appointed all over the country, and that funds should be publicly guaranteed. They then allowed young orphans to be flooded into workplaces all around the country. So, after their reprogramming, they put them to work. This exact same thing happened in the United States during the Industrial Revolution. Child labor was perfectly fine during this time. Some as young as 4 would work long hours in factories in dangerous conditions. Young migrants from Ireland and Germany were put into factories in poor conditions and essentially worked as slaves. It's possible that many of these factories and orphanages were owned by the British, who were then commissioned by the Royal Venetians, and they would take over an old world property and begin using these orphans as slaves to use as their own workers. In the Industrial Revolution, most of the children who were workers were orphans, and they had no choice to work for food. These children received little to no education. They would work in coal mines from 4 a.m. to 5 p.m., and the young girls would work in match factories, and the harsh chemicals would often cause them to lose their teeth. So, if these orphan asylum hospitals are named hospitals for their hospitality, then why is it that most of these orphans ended up being used in factories during this time? It wasn't until 1938 with the Fair Labor Standards Act that there was limitations placed on child labor. Interestingly, this is right around the time when orphanages started to fizzle away. I guess they lost their ambitions to help the needy once they realized they couldn't be worked any longer. So essentially, it started with these foundling institutions that relocated and placed the children whose parents most likely were associated with the old world in some way, and these children were then put through cleansing or reprogramming, right? And then these orphans went on to become Oddfellows. These Oddfellows were funded by royalty and older secret societies. These Oddfellow orphan Freemasons started creating orphanages in old world buildings in America to begin repopulating newly taken over cities. They would send in orphans via the orphan trains. This is in the official history. Between the period of 1854 to 1929, over 300,000 children were transported from New York to the Midwest over a 75-year period. This is in the official operation. As many of 25% of these orphans were Irish, and these children were then put through cleansing or reprogramming, right? And then these orphans went on to become Oddfellows. These Oddfellows were funded by royalty and older secret societies. These Oddfellow orphan Freemasons started creating orphanages in old world buildings in America to begin repopulating newly taken over cities. They would send in orphans via the orphan trains. This is in the official history. Between the period of 1854 to 1929, over 300,000 children were transported from New York to the Midwest over a 75-year period in the largest mass migration of children in American history. As many of 25% of these orphans were Irish, interestingly. So don't get it twisted, this was an operation. This was no philanthropic pursuit, this was planned and coordinated. Quote, in the 1870s, the Catholic Church became concerned that many Catholic children were being sent to Protestant homes and were being inculcated with Protestant values. They began operating their own placing out program via the railroad sponsored by the New York Foundling Hospital. Quote, many children fell through the cracks. They were mistreated, malnourished, and overworked, says writer and researcher Marilyn Holt, author of the book The Orphan Trains Placing Out in America. Quote, on the other hand, for at least half, it was a good experience. They had opportunities that they would not have if they stayed where they were. They may not have even survived childhood. End quote. Now, when she said,
now, if the Admiral had seriously endeavored to examine early works on navigation, certainly this would go far to explain the charges of traitor from violating their agreement and without willfulness. As Amerigo Vespucci? Who was John Cabot, whose life and exploits are but fragments rather than the sober records of a distinguished citizen? If these men were what they seemed to be, there could have been no advantage gained by such elaborate concealment. If there was a mystery, that which was hidden must have been regarded as valuable. Plato described the vast continent of Atlantis, which sank beneath the oceans as the result of a seismic cataclysm. Now, there are several possible interpretations of Plato's account. The lost Atlantis could represent a submerged body of knowledge drowned in a sea of forgetfulness. This would explain and justify Bacon's restoration of the fable, which was nothing more than bringing into light matters long hidden. According to the Critias, the oceans became so agitated and laden with mud and slime that navigation to the west ceased. Sailors feared to go beyond the Pillars of Hercules toward those Hesperic isles sacred to the mysteries. Even had Christian nations dared to violate the edicts of the sacred schools, such audacity would have been held in check by the power of Islam, seated in the Holy House at Cairo, and the edicts of Lhasa backed by the armed strength of the Mongol Empire. The East agreed to preserve the boundaries of Europe if the European states would bind themselves in a solemn alliance to refrain from exploiting the resources of the Western Hemisphere. Now, why would they insist upon that agreement when no one knew anything about the Western Hemisphere, at least to the public eye? Fear of a terrible retribution from beyond the walls of Gog and Magog prevented the popes from violating their agreement, and without the leadership of the church, the great families dared not engage in private projects. When the appointed hour came, the secret societies selected their own agents to initiate the program of exploration, and thus began America's secret assignment with destiny. Was Columbus then working, asks Grace A. Findler, either as an individual or as a chosen representative of secret societies to bring into expression the old utopian ideals and to directionalize them across the seas? Certainly this would go far to explain the charges of traitor, the seizure of all his books and papers, the destruction of all portraiture and likenesses, even to the usual mortuary busts and arms, and the complete disappearance of many of his literary works, including the Journal of the First Voyage and the Book of the Second Voyage. All this, ladies and gentlemen, would then have been mere inquisitional routine, with the rewriting of his biography more or less both of political necessity and, of course, a holy duty. See the book for more on this, called New Truths About Columbus. Campanella, in his Civitas Solis, caused a Genoese sea captain to be the guest of the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitallers. When Columbus, on the occasion of his first landfall, raised the standard of Castile, he also planted a banner of his own consisting of a green cross on a white field. Was this a device of the Knights Templars? You bet your booties it was. The formal education of the man who called himself Christopher Columbus has been the subject of much speculation. The navigator wrote in 1501 that during his many voyages to all parts of the world, he had met learned men of various races and sects, and had endeavored to see all books of cosmography, history, and philosophy, and of other sciences. Now, if the admiral had seriously endeavored to examine early works on navigation, he undoubtedly had noted the references, brief but significant, by Homer, Solon, Aristotle, Pliny, and other ancient authors to, quote, distant lands beyond the great oceans, unquote. Plutarch's voyagers must have explored vast areas, and Verplanck Colvin summarizes the old accounts thus, quote, in the days of Homer, or rather before his time, navigators traveled thousands of miles out into the Atlantic and back across it. They were guided in their voyages by the stars, unquote. For reference to that, see geographical and mathematical discussions of Plutarch's accounts of ancient voyages to the New World. Remember, folks, remember my admonition, don't believe anything that you hear on this program unless you go research it for yourself and verify that it is indeed true. This is one of the greatest secrets that have been held by the mysteries for thousands of years.
Motherfucker, you the one going, you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer! Crucify my blessed brother, but when I find them, I'm gonna get them, motherfucker.
But change your motherfucking mindset! You wanna know why you ain't got shit? Cause you ain't thinking about shit! I come out the door every day with this shit on my mind. I'm gonna give me a bag. Fuck wrong with you? I'm gonna give me some cash. Change your motherfucking mindset, man! You think pennies, you get pennies! Bitch, I'm thinking dollars!